Halo? No, podchodzi trochę w skali.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Welcome to another exciting event here on the European Cricket Network. This is club cricket like you've never seen it before, where action meets competition. Let's get ready for another extravaganza of T10 action. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it's been a hectic week, no doubt about that, but the Mdina Cup is about to get going. We have 2 days of women's action here, 3 days of men's action, T20I format. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you, and I want to say big thanks to all the viewers out there for your patience. I know it's been a pretty frustrating week as far as what's happening in Romania at the moment, with the crazy weather over there. It's been affecting a fair bit of Europe, actually, with the first 2 days washed out and no play so far in day 3. But the good news here in Belgium is that we're about to get underway, and this ground, if it does look familiar to you, it's because it is the same ground, the ground in Hofstad that was used for the night series that concluded not too long ago. So, bit of history as well, with Belgium taking on Switzerland for the first time in T20I cricket, and for Switzerland, it's their first ever T20I women's match. So really excited to see them. I know they have quite a history there in Switzerland of women's cricket, and the fact is that now they will make their mark on the international stage. But Belgium, I will say they have played before, but haven't had a lot of success with 7 matches played, but never a win. So whatever happens, one of these two teams will win their first ever T20I at the end of this game. So yeah, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And a quick look at the percentages. Yeah, 60-40. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. But, I mean, look, I suppose we're not really sure what we're going to see out of these two teams. And I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Been keeping an eye on what's been happening over there. Conditions in Belgium this morning, well, I can say there was a bit of rain around earlier on. I was just having a look, and that did cause a little bit of a delay, as far as a 15-minute delay to the start. But good news is we're getting going, and we will have a 20-over match as long as there's no more interruptions. Yeah, currently about 16 degrees, but heading for a top of 19. So almost ready to go. Some toss news, I should say, is that the Belgium side have won the toss and elected to have a hit. So let's see how that works out for them. It means the Swiss side is out there in the field. I think it's not a bad thing to all get out there together. Yeah, big hello to everyone in the chat. No Scotty's in there from Australia. Hello to Rob Thompson as well. And Andrew Rhino as well. I know he was in the chat. He was pretty excited as well that Switzerland will be playing for the first time. So yeah, little bit wet underfoot, I think you'll find. So have a look at the field here. Classic 5-4 field. It's the circle you're seeing there. So it looks like nobody out of the circle to start. I wonder how many boundaries we'll see here. It may not be too many. I suppose time will tell, as it will be Smitty Canaria to open up for Belgium. She's also leading the side. So get ready for a little piece of history. It's always great when we see another country enter the sphere of T20IW cricket. I suppose, yeah, one thing I will say, at this level as well, the battle with the extras, see who can kind of get more balls where they want them. That's a face I know quite well, actually, who's umpiring with Adnan Razak. Very good men's international cricketer for Belgium. Very good death bowler. Anyway, get ready, get set, because we're about to go. Maybe just waiting for the clock to tick over. Yeah, if you do have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. All right. Shake, rattle, and roll as the sun comes out. That's good timing, isn't it? All right. Rosemary Lister at the other end for the Belgians. And Sammy Dabolka to get us going in this Mdina Cup. It's a good start. You can imagine you have a strong bowler bowling first. Dabolka rocking the sunnies. That's an optimistic outlook. Nice start. Not a lot of foot movement there. Tap away first up. First run off the bat. And it might be more than one as well. Come back for two. The start's important. See pretty blustery conditions as well at the moment. Yeah, Mdina is actually a place in Malta, believe it or not. You might know that actually. The Mdina Cup started in Malta. I know last year it was held in France. This year it's being held in Belgium. But it's actually nice that we've had different countries hosting it. I think that was partly out of necessity first up. But also having different countries involved. So Switzerland involved now, and Portugal are going to be involved in the men's. It's partly the workload that's kind of come into the international game. I mean, we saw Malta women's side and the men's side playing pretty recently. And Malta women had a series against Croatia. We had the Malta men's side touring, or having Estonia tour them. I wonder what a good score is here, actually. So it's always so hard to say at the start of a series. Uh-oh, rain's on. That's not good news. I wonder if they're saying, hey, we're going to continue, and we're going to have a chat about it. Because you hate to see it, don't you? We're only 4 balls in. It comes down to a safety thing as well. I mean, it depends how hard they're running in, how slippery it is out there. But I mean, umpires are the sole judges of whether they continue in that. This is causing a few issues from a technical point of view. Looks like they're cool to continue. It might just come and go. They might give it a chance to slow down a little bit. Yeah, this one's fumbled, but they won't get a run. Yes, I mean, rocking the shades bowl in the first over. Queen, says Andrew Ryan. Ryan, I hope you're well. I know Ryan's about to have a knee operation at some point. Bowling those thunderbolts for decades. On leg side, just a little scratch on this, maybe off the glove. They should get 2. Will throw comes in, but not in time. So Canaria with a couple of deuces in the first over. Now, I want to know, how did everyone go with no ECN cricket yesterday? It's weird, wasn't it? And we kind of knew in advance there wasn't going to be any either. It's the end of the first over. Pretty good one from Dabolka. We had a wide and 2 twos, and so it's 5 without loss after 1. I like this from Lucero as well, saying cheers to those working the cameras. Yeah, it's not an easy day. I suppose we can say we don't have the worst weather in Europe in this tournament with Romania being the way Romania is at the moment. Hello to JJ as well. Jason saying Hopschviz. Of course, Jay. Plenty of experience for the Swiss men's national side. If you might notice the cameras are blowing around a bit. I know we've had a few technical issues. Wind's actually blown a camera over already, so you might find a few weird angles at the moment, but he will continue, and so will Rajan. Meghna Rajan with her first ball in T20IW cricket. Pretty good one first up as well. So I suppose the issue at this level of international cricket as well is your depth. And often you might have two bowlers that can keep it where they want it most of the time, but then sometimes third, fourth, fifth bowler can be a bit of an issue. It's going to be called wide. Doesn't miss by too much though. I like Rajan's action. Just kind of puts a little bit of off-spin action on it. Just kind of sliding on more than anything. Like that fielding position in there. I feel like it could even be a little bit closer. Almost kind of a genuine slip or second slip. As rain continues to come down. I'll say, both these countries have experience. I think that's it. I think they've said enough. You can actually hear it coming down a lot heavier now. So, disappointing. I mean, for both sides, but particularly Switzerland playing their first time ever on the field as an official international T20. I will say it would have had some games previous to when the ICC ratified all internationals, T20 internationals, to be considered full T20 internationals between member countries. But yeah, you can see there that picture says more than I can. And unfortunately, they are going to come off after just 1.2 overs with Belgium, 6 without loss. So I know there's still some hope that we'll have some sort of cricket in Romania, but yeah, I just actually have some news that Romania has officially been called off for the day. And so, yeah, there will be no matches in Romania today, updates to follow. And that's disappointing as well. So at the moment, I suppose, hey, we got 8 balls more than Romania, and we've only been here about 20 minutes. So what we might do here is we will take a break. Again, so sorry for the inconvenience, but again, with the weather, there's really not much you can do. You see, everyone, I think, the umpires and most of the players were pretty keen to try and keep on, give the rain a chance to subside, but it just hasn't happened. So what we'll do, we'll take a break, and we'll keep you up to date with what's happening on the bottom of the screen, and also I'll keep giving you updates in the chat as well. So the update from Romania is that day 3 has been abandoned due to rain, and that's an unfortunate circumstance there, but we still are bullish here about our prospects. This ground actually drains pretty well, and so we're hopeful that if the rain stops, we can get back on. And this game now, I suppose it will most likely be reduced, but we'll give you all the information once it comes to hand. I will say this rain, it wasn't in the forecast. I know it was meant to clear by about 9 o'clock. So we will leave you for now, and hopefully come back with some good news soon. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Take a break, and hopefully see you shortly with some cricket here. Live from Belgium, this is the ECN Mdina Cup. Hello and welcome back, and some good news from Belgium with the Mdina Cup ready to continue. We just had 8 balls before the interruption with the home side, Belgium winning the toss and being 6 without loss after 1.2 overs before the heavy rain forced the players from the field. But as we hoped and as we kind of expected, it was a passing shower, though a pretty heavy one. And we're back out in the middle, ready for some play. So there's Mary Lister, negotiated the first 2 balls from Rajan in the second over. I think we're ready to go, and I believe we're still at a 20-over match, which is good news as well. These 2 teams that really want to be out there. Bowled this from Rajan, not having too many problems with a potentially slippery ball. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, calling the Mdina Cup this week from the Hofstadter Stadium in Zemst. Not too far outside Brussels. They have moved that slip into a genuine slip position, which I thought might be a good idea. Just a little dab, maybe the one that bounces a bit more than the batter expects. Nice flight there again. That's the kind of shot that, to be honest, you might as well leave it, because if you hit it, you're not going to get a run. You might just nick it, or you might just pop up a catch to the slip. Got over this from Rajan, just 1 wide in it so far, and 5 dot balls. Straighter one, she negotiates it. We'll get through for runs. Good call from Canaria to recognise there was a single on there. And so Lister will be thankful because she's off the mark. And at the end of 2 overs, Belgium 7 without loss. Got to say, I'm pretty impressed with the Swiss bowlers so far that we've seen. Dabolka and Rajan. There's a look at what today's program is, and you can see that this is match 1 you're watching right now. Match 2 later on the day. The same timings tomorrow, although I will say we did start this game a little bit later than we were expected to. Yeah, first ever T20IWs for Switzerland. I know it's a huge moment for them, and a huge thrill for all these players. So you've got 11 players on debut right there. Belgium, they have played 7 matches before, but haven't won one. So exciting for both sides, I'm sure. Dabolka's going to continue. Remember, it's T20, so you've got a 6-over power play. Bowlers are restricted to 4 overs maximum. And I like the accuracy so far. They've been one side of the wicket. And this still will face up to Dabolka for the first time. Canaria took her entire first over. So rocking the sunnies. I know the fans have liked it so far. Here's Sammy. As that edge flies away. This will test the outfield. Will run away. See, it holds up a fair bit. We'll get through for 2. That's Gwenberg who does the fielding. This swings hard. That's better than a dab, though. So they've got the slip in place there. And that way, if you edge, it's going to fly. You'll get runs. So a couple to Lister. Gwenberg doing a good job running it down. She has a strong throwing arm as well. Good comeback, though, from the Dabolka. A bit short this time, and Lister again just flirting with it. It's a funny one. You know, one of the things, picking up length is pretty important. And I think anything short, you find that these players will be more comfortable pulling than cutting. That was one maybe just to get across and try and open up the leg side. This one is a bit straighter. Bit of a thick inside edge. Just a good piece of running. Like Canaria's aggression between the wickets so far. Kind of helping out your partner, isn't it? Behind the wicket, non-striker's got the better look. And so can call through. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Srinath. Great to see you, Srinath. He's saying Hopsfiz as well. Let's go Kosane crew. Yeah, Srinath, he's been on the mic before for ECN. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. Oh, boy. I'd like to see that one again. I mean, she was right in front of her stumps. I mean, we can't see the impact, so maybe it's just heading down the leg side, but just a long way across. Dubulka attacking the stumps a little bit more. And a great question as well, which I'll get to in a minute. Question, yeah, oh, what a catch! That's an unbelievable catch from Millie Holmes. It was almost past her. She stuck up their hand and somehow it sticks. Well, that is an absolute highlight. And stop the voting. We might only be 2.5, 3 overs into the day now, but that is your HCL software play of the day. Just watch this one. I'd love to see this really slow. Bang. Still on the way up, I think. And I don't think Millie Holmes can believe it. What a way for Switzerland to take their first ever wicket in T20IW cricket. And that is a moment that was rapid, but it'll last a lifetime. Canaria out for 4 and it's 10 for 1. Dubulka will be the thankful bowler. Have a look at this. Such a great piece of fielding. And look at that, the genuine emotions. Well, that's worth the wait, isn't it? Into the over, 10 for 1. What a catch, my word. So, Lister will take the bowling here. Vera Redcar has come out at number 3, not facing at the moment. They do go back to Rajan. What a catch. Wet ball, everything. Now a little bit of a hesitation here. Lister sent back. Yeah, so the question before that unbelievable catch interrupted my flow from Holmes. Jeez, what a catch it was though. Love to see it. An extra bounce going over Lister there. Yeah, about the Mdina Cup. Why is it called Mdina Cup? Well, in Malta, there's the Valletta Cup, and there's also the Mdina Cup when they had a second tournament that sprung up. So yeah, it's a historic part of Malta. But due to various issues, the next year the Mdina Cup couldn't be held in Malta, so it was moved to France. And now this year, it's moved again. It's being held in Belgium. Belgium have been involved now for a while. So even though obviously it's not held in Malta this year or annually, it's now just kind of by accident, but now by tradition it moves around, but it retains that Mdina Cup. Lister again, that off stump line, it's been very impressive so far. It's been a kind of ruthless line from the Swiss. Yeah, so how'd you like that? Hello to Marco as well. Good to see you in the chat, Marco. Yeah, a little dead bat there. So Rajan wheeling and dealing and not really giving away too much at all. Yes, the second over where she's just given away 1 wide. And that's all that was in the over. So 6 dots and a wide. 1 off the over. 11 for 1 after 4. The 6 over power play, 2 outfielders. After that, in T20IW cricket, you're only allowed 4 out rather than the 5. There's a rare wide. Dubulka's going to come back. Bowl the 3rd over. Seam movement there, but it'll be called wide again. Mentioned at the top of the broadcasting the importance of trying to limit those extras. It goes without saying, doesn't it? That length, the thick outside edge, fly past the slip this time. Yeah, thinking of 2, the big stop sign goes up. from Lister and says, no, let's just stay with one. Yeah, Liz Fulton enjoyed the catch, saying, what a catch, Millie. Yeah, it was a super catch. Anu enjoyed it as well. Yeah, we all did. Luke enjoyed it. Time to elite very well. Another one, I think. Pretty close. Maybe a friendly call that time. I say the lines are just guidelines in T20I cricket, so something it depends on kind of how hittable a ball is or the pace of the ball that can sometimes influence the umpire as well. That one actually comes back. So you can see she's getting a little bit of movement both ways. That could be a no ball, actually. It was high. We'll get out of the infield. Won't go a lot further than that. We'll settle for one. Yeah, no ball called. So free hit first. Free hit of the tournament coming up. So it can't be out this time. You see that's chest high, wasn't it? Umpire called it straight away correctly. So this is T20I cricket. So again, kind of go with the on-field call. There's an attempt at the free hit, but it's missed. There's a golden opportunity for a red card there. Hello to Bill Chero watching from Chicago. Well, there you go. Love that. Hello to Wayne as well. Always great to see you. Pretty excited with the new purchase as well. Again, looking to score here, won't get one. So to Bolka. A few issues with the extras this over, not too many, I suppose. Just lose it down the leg side, it will be called. Well taken as well. Ananya Srinivasan behind the stumps. He moves well. See that? I love that skip step. Oh, that's a good bit of wicket keeping. Oh, really goes after this red card. That will get away again. Don't think we'll see too many boundaries with the outfit in the state. Well, a good throw might be interesting here. It didn't quite come in as quick as she would have liked. So red card will get her first two. So just like that, it's the end of the fifth over. And the score is 18 for 1, yes. I say Romania's in progress. I wouldn't have thought it, but somehow our first ball in Belgium has come before our first ball in Romania, even though we're into day 3 in Romania. And there's just to confirm there's no play today in Romania due to the more and more rain. Monday should be interesting because Hornchurch just saw the pitch going in a couple of days ago. So Hornchurch coming up from Monday. I'll be in Czechia as well for some T20I cricket before our ECI and ECS there. Excited to go to Finland as well for the first time before we go to Bulgaria. And that takes us through to kind of first week of July. So much cricket coming up. It's great to have you with us. And if you don't already, why don't you subscribe to ECN for some free cricket? Yeah, ECN European Cricket Network. That's what we're here for. Yeah, if you're watching from Chicago, it's 3:46 a.m. That's commitment. Oh, there we go. I think I would actually, I'd consider, look at the way Lister plays. Oh, jeez, almost run out. Gonna fix up stumps at the batter's end before the next ball. I would consider second slip. I just think you're a good chance of a little pop up there, and I suppose what your objective here. Don't know if we can see a side on there because she hit wicket. She's hit wicket. I saw the stumps down. I thought maybe the keeper knocked them. Let's have a look at it on the. Maybe we've got the side on. Hopefully we do. But yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, so she'll be hit wicket and that run won't count. Let's see if I can find it on mine. It might have just been outside our window to have a look at it again. It's already gone there. So I'm just curious what's happened. See if I can pick something up here. I'm doing my best. But yeah, should we hit wicket? Had to be. Because there's such a delay. There must have been an appeal. I'll call it. I'm just going back to have a look myself. She went back. Yeah, she's definitely... She hit her wicket in the... She actually hit it in the shot, not taking off for the run. I'll describe it. I'm watching the replay. If you go back and have a look, you'll be able to see it yourself. But her back foot or her back pad dislodges the bail. So yeah, it's a wicket for Rajan and a real slice of luck and missed her after surviving so much. I thought for a second it might have been the wind that blew it off. You don't see that every day. Outside the leg stump, I think maybe a little bit high as well. Lahi, the left hand, the new batter. Switzerland impressing so far. That's the thing. Sometimes we have a certain window we can replay things, and so things take a while. Sometimes we're not able to get it back. But you can go back and rewind yourself and you can check it out. So Rajan probably deserves a wicket, you know. Didn't expect it like that. Hello to Jules, good to see you. I think Ramesh Satheeson's around as well. Wow, that could be out as well. It's off the glove. I think she's happy to walk, and so Elahi gets done by a bit of extra bounce, and Belgium in some early trouble here. It's a second wicket for Rajan. That one a bit more orthodox, I suppose. As the Swiss probably take the lead with that wicket now on the numbers. Numbers favouring them on the scoreboard as well, with Belgium 18 for 3. You can see there the extra bounce. Tries to pull. It's a good bit of keeping as well. Been impressed with Ananya behind the stump so far. Elahi, unfortunately for her, she'll have to go without scoring. It's 18 for 3. See here, just kind of looked like glove. And good awareness from the keeper. Didn't flinch a bit. Kept her eye on the ball. Double strike here for Rajan Yanamandra, the new batter for Belgium. Hello to Kenneth as well. Nice to see you. And Jules went back and had a look, same as I did. So end of a very successful over from Rajan. She actually takes a double wicket maiden there, even when it looked like she'd conceded a run. Lista put down the stumps with her back leg, back foot. And so that was out. And then for Elahi, she lasted 3 balls before she succumbed. After 6 overs, the score is 18 for 3. So it just shows you. ECN cricket, T20I cricket, or whatever. That's always exciting. Getting back on with it then. Metagoda gets the ball, and it's her first chance to impress. And Danashi, she's the captain actually of this Swiss side. Must be a big thrill for her as well to lead Switzerland in their first ever T20IW match. You see so far, it's a 20 over game, so pretty determined to bat the distance. That's one thing. Obviously, we saw that with Bulgaria playing against Estonia around about a week or so ago, week and a half. Just batting out the overs is one thing, but again, you've got to look to score somewhere. I suppose the longer you bat, maybe the more runs you'll get given for free. That's pretty well Pretty well bowled again. Second strike there, just in case it was going to go back onto the stumps. Completely legal. Yeah, Belgium, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast as well, they have played 7 matches before, but have never won a T20IW match. Pretty well, fielder's there. Just gets away from it. It's a bit of a tight one. Well judged in the end, I suppose. Would have been interesting, I think, if she'd thrown to the keeper's end there. Pretty straight from Metagoda. Metagoda continuing the pressure from Switzerland here. Very disciplined in the conditions as well. Very blustery, as you can see. Good finish to the over as well. So just 2 off that one, and Belgium finding it hard going so far after 7 overs. They're 20 for 3. If they make another change here, or if they... I feel I'd probably bowl out Rajan. There's no time like the present. I think she took 2 wickets in the last over. One was probably fortuitous, but still. Thank you for the explanation, Jules, as well. A few people asking about CHE. Why does that get put in as the abbreviation? It's kind of the... How can I put this? There's 4 official languages in Belgium. So in Switzerland, I should say. And Belgium has its fair share of language idiosyncrasies. No, so in Switzerland, CHE comes from the Latin, and so it basically doesn't favour any particular language. Although you will see them in the Olympics as SUI quite a lot of the time. I know we've spoke to most of the players. They find it a bit weird as well. Well, that's the official abbreviation is CHE, and it is. It's from Confederatio Helvetica, meaning Swiss Confederation. Spot on, Jules. All right, thick edge. Like this. Go hard at the ball, so you're not dabbing to the slip. And I mentioned. I mean, I'd get a little bit funky with my field. If I was setting the field, I'd probably have 2 slips in and 1 over the top just to cover all those edges, because you're not really getting hurt in the scoreboard. Not really. A lot of fielders sitting around is pretty unlikely they can do anything. There's a lot of... And you've got a bowler, Rajan, that has shown that she's able to bowl accurately and put the ball in that testing area. So I'd probably ditch a few from in front of the wicket and say, right, okay. Let's have 2 slips. Let's have a fly slip. So you got the bunted edge and you got the edge that flies. But hey, one way to do it. So 1 slipper like that. Some pretty good contact here, and that we'll get through the infield. Looking for 2 here, and they'll get it. It's a nice shot by Redcar. Came in at number 3. Yeah, solid contact that time. But I like the way that the Swiss, they're putting the squeeze on here at least, making the runs pretty hard to come by, and they haven't given away too many. We're into the 8th over. We've had 5 wides and a no ball. Oh, it's gone. Great bowling from Rajan. It spins through the gate, and that's 3 for her. It's 4 down in total, 21 for 4. Just have a look at this piece of off-spin bowling. It is pure. Meghna Rajan. You actually see the spin. She puts a little bit of spin on it. Pitches goes left to right. That's why it goes through the gap. And Mundra, see that bat coming across at a slight angle, couldn't deal with it. So very good bit of bowling. Rajan deserves that. It's kind of adjusted her line on purpose, I think. And then she gets the old carry off. We saw that in Estonia last week, didn't we, as well? Disappointment, though. Yanamandra will have to go. She's out for 2. And the score is 21 for 4. Just look at the deviation here. Slight, but it's enough. Crashes into middle and leg. I think Yanamandra had a genuine kind of what just happened. And then she could see her kind of motioning. Yeah, that's the spinner. It did spin. So it's actually the end of the over as well. So it must be after 8 then. So it'll be 21 for 4 after 8. Maybe a slight connectivity issue. There's a couple of balls behind, but Red Cup will take the strike. There's Metagoda. Captain continues. Been very impressed with the Swiss. I had a feeling when I looked at their squad, and I've spent a little bit of time in Switzerland. I've been involved in cricket on ice. I've seen some of the female talent they've got over there, and I knew that they would have a fairly well-drilled side. So far, certainly pretty evident. All right, that's in the air. Makes reasonable contact. Again, you see this outfield. I mean, it's handled it pretty well. Oh, very close one as well. So you can see it's a bit of a plonk, wasn't it, when the ball came down? And we'll end up getting back for 2. Check this one out in the replay. They decided to go through with it, and then the throw comes in, but yeah, it was very close. Would have had it by 2-3 steps. Just repeating, if you just joined us, unfortunately no play once again in Romania. Shot down the ground, but won't get through the mid-off. It's a bit disappointing. Matty Fernandez had that coming, and so they'll get a run when they probably shouldn't have had one. Sharon Diaz, the new batter as well, about to face for the first time. She should be a bit nervy, see how she handles this one. Metagoda. Oh, won't have to. That's a big wide. It's natural. You've got a few nerves flying around. It's not often that these players get to play T20Is. For Switzerland, it's their first time, but even for Belgium. Very well bowled and well played that time, actually. Diaz new to the crease. Like the way she kind of cleared the front pad. Came down with a pretty straight bat, so technically a pretty good shot there to handle that. Yeah, so Belgium have played before. They played a 3-match series in September 2021 in Austria. Weren't able to get a win there. 3 pretty healthy wins for the Austrians. One will be called a wide. It was touch and go. And then in Waterloo last year, they had a 4-match series against Luxembourg. And Luxembourg, they did win that 4-0, but there's one game, the second game, where Luxembourg held on by only 4 runs. Belgium will feel that's a game that they should have won. That's over a year ago now. Again, not a bad shot, but straight to the fielder. That'll be the end of the over. So 25 for 4 after 9. Metagoda, I should say, Again, very tight. It's 4 runs of her 2 overs so far. And I've been really impressed with the discipline from the bowling unit so far. So you can see weather brightening up a little bit. We did have a slight interruption after 8 balls. Fernandez gets the ball. Again, I'm really impressed with the one side of the wicket bowling that we've seen so far from Team Switzerland here. A new bowler comes in, there's no problem getting it right. Meti searching for another breakthrough. Almost gets it too. Very, very good areas. Rajan, wasn't she a star with the ball? Plenty of women's cricket happening around Europe today, as you might be aware. It's the Division 2 World Cup qualifiers as well. I'm keeping an eye on that, mainly because it affects the commentary schedule for ECN. Oh, rare miss down the leg side. I think what's impressed me even more about the accuracy from the Swiss is that it's pretty blustery conditions at the moment. Yeah, it's well bowled once again. You can see the pressure starting to tell on Redcoat. That's the thing, if you're not getting runs for free, you start to maybe play a few over-aggressive shots. Ball taken off the stumps, but the Belgian kits have been the brightest thing about this inning so far, really, from their point of view. Still no boundaries. Run rate around about the 3 mark at the moment. What's that one? That one went the other way. This one I'm talking about the wind. So natural movement's in. This one goes out. It'll be a no ball for off the pitch. Let's have a look at the wind take it, though. Yep. So a free hit. Now a chance for Redcoat really can break the shackles. Well, there's a free hit. Makes good contact. It just shows you. Again, with the excess rain we've had, you don't really expect too many boundaries today. It's not going to roll as far as it would on a regular day. It's well run by Diaz. Gets back for a couple. There's a bit of a weird ricochet onto the stumps, but yeah, luckily that wasn't a blooper. Well, take credit for that if you're Meti. Last ball of the 10th. Or not. As I say, I'll do a bit of a wides count or extras count. They do play such a role. If you can win the battle with... Oh, look. If you win the battle with 1 and over, you're doing very well at this level. At the moment, that's 10. 10 of them in 10 overs. That's very good. I mean, more realistic targets, probably 20. 20 and 10 overs. Well, they've been brilliant. And I've jinxed it again. See Fernandez. Maybe not quite the consistency that we saw earlier on. So that will take us now to the end of 10. It's 33 for 4. And you can see this game's right in the balance though. If you look at the numbers. Red 10 of 21, DS yet to score. 50-50 game. A lot of people like the Belgian, I call it the jelly bean kit. Some people call it the lava kit. What do you think? Diaz, get off the mark here. Natalie Sincere Clark is on to bowl for the first time. Nice little pull shot there. Ball's just below the waist. Remember, ICC rules as well. They're slightly more forgiving for those high full balls. There's a red card. Wants to hit the go button, doesn't she? You never know until both teams bat, though. That's the thing. That's pretty well bowled as well, but fraction short, and Redcard does get the pull away. Should get 2 here. Saranya Kota on the chase. Yes, I mentioned the World Cup qualifiers today in Italy. It's been a fascinating series. So 6 teams there, and 2 of them will get the chance to continue their World Cup journey in August, with Ireland and the Netherlands waiting for them. In the Netherlands, actually. Red card again, that's good contact. Once again over the top. In fact, that could be our first boundary. It will be. An excellent shot. Yeah, a red card. Some real power there. It's unleashed on it. Had a little bit of length to work with. Despite this outfield taking a fair bit of rain overnight this morning, still scooted away. The first boundary of the Mdina Cup 2025. Good comeback though from the bowler. Sincere Clark. Probably the only thing that's led down slightly is the length. When she got short, that's when the batter had a look at it. I think you've got to get it above the eye line a little bit, draw them forward. That's probably slightly better length that loses the line. It's going to be called, is it? Interesting. And it was that high. Maybe it was. Well, I want to see this side on. What are we seeing here? Remember, it's above the waist. Probably is a... If you go on that, it's a no ball. It's a very tight call, though. If I wanted to call it. They changed their mind a couple of times. Remember, the technology isn't typically used in T20I cricket compared to our T10. This one is a bit of a stinger as well, and it almost creates a run-out opportunity. You've got hands to it. Checking out the replay. Again, the fielding standard has been pretty high so far. That'll take us to the end of the over. So yeah, I'm told actually Samiha Konaganti back in Switzerland, still a bit too young to represent the national team in T20IW cricket. I think you have to be 15 minimum. She's not quite there, but she's a real tearaway that I'm sure is watching on. And also with Nat Sincere Clark that you saw bowling just then, typically would be comfortable bowling a little bit quicker than that. Not that I think pace is everything. We've got the run up here, which is artificial, most of it anyway. Imagine pretty much every bowler has the opportunity to have their run up on the artificial on this surface, in this field. Yeah, the high ball, by the way, it was called a no ball, so the next ball was drop catch, but it wouldn't have counted anyway. It almost created a run out. At the end of 11, it's 43 for 4. Redcar, 17 so far and away the top scorer of the innings. Next best is listed with 5. Story so far, Canaria was caught by an absolute classic from Millie Holmes off to Bolker for 4. Lister reached 5 before stepping on her stumps. A little dab shot. Lahi later in that over was caught behind for 0. And Yanamundra bowled by Rajan for 2 a couple of overs later. But Diaz out there on 1. Redcar's batted well now for 17, including the only boundary of the first 11 overs. Hello to Paul Kempton. Good to see you. Hopefully you're well. And repeating, if you just joined us, no cricket in Romania today. Unfortunately, another day washed out. It's the first 3 days washed out. I'm sure they'll get pretty creative with what's to come. I imagine we're heading for more 5-over cricket. Here's Meti. Meti sometimes just maybe hasn't been quite as strong in her wrist release as some of the other bowlers. She's leaving a lot up to the elements. You've seen a couple of the balls get taken in the wind. It's a good seam position though, to be fair. That's why it curves so much. The general thinking is that the women bowlers a little bit slower. They do get more sideways if they get it right, as far as the position of that seam. Looks a little bit low, that one on Redcar. At least she's trying to get on with it. I like that. This kind of ball should be a bit disappointed that she doesn't get a piece of. Target this time from Fernandez. It's been pretty impressive for a Swiss team playing their first ever T20IW match. It's just great to see more and more countries in the rankings. I remember when I glanced about 3 years ago, or about, it was in the 40s anyway, the amount of countries that were on the T20IW rankings. Now it's more like 80. Nice little glance away, and they won't get a run there. This is where I think you'd love to see Diaz backing up, maybe taking that one on. Just puts more pressure on the batter, doesn't it? Another dot ball. An issue with someone in the way of the batter's eye line. Good to go now. All the 4s, 44 for 4. It's good length. That's the kind of length I'm talking about. Just try and get that batter playing forward. It's not easy to control that shot. Good chance of an edge or a pop-up. And gets away. That will be called a no ball for off the pitch. Well, Marco said enjoyed dropping into the chat. Now he's off for his first Wiener Schnitzel in over 2 weeks. Have fun. Well, you have fun, Marco. It was great to have you as well as part of our coverage in Estonia. Off the pitch, but before the line of the stumps. That's why it's a no ball. And a free hit coming up for Redcar. I know she likes to be aggressive. Now's another chance for her to live it. It's a good piece of this as well. Quickly to the fielder. Just dropping below the waist. A hard hit single. To Vera. Yeah. Remember, if it's waist high, under ICC T20I regulations, it's okay. It has to be actually above. Fernandez, last ball of her overs. The sun comes out once again. Diaz has handled herself pretty well. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. That'll be the end of the 12th, and the score is 46 for 4. Yeah, great multi-purpose ground. Very Belgian-looking housing in the background as well. Have a look there. No double figure overs yet. And we've had 16 extras now in 12 overs. It's just something, you don't want to harp on it, but it is such a factor at kind of this level of T20IW cricket. Here's Nat to continue. Good ball first up. So yeah, I suppose there's something I would say, what can Belgium do? I mean, not easy if the bowling is accurate. It will be called a wide. Got a little bit of a case there saying it was kind of profile okay, but down leg side it's probably going to be called a wide most of the time. But yeah, I suppose busy is the word. You'd like to see them being busy, looking to score almost every ball. And I think that's what Redcar's trying to do. A bit of the accidental foot fielding here from Meti. We'll get through for one. But yeah, and by busy, I think a lot of that's on the non-striker to be backing up and looking for a run, so that if it's hit into any gap at all, it can be a quick yes and go. Then maybe there's 3-4 runs and over there. This is the kind of one I'm talking about. I suppose maybe that was a bit too close to Rajan. He's established that she's a pretty solid fielder already. Pretty clear wide that time. Down the leg. Got to say, Srinivasan, even though she doesn't handle that clearly, she's been a wall behind the stumps. Nothing has gotten past her at all so far. Love her work. '50s up for Belgium. Bad looking shot. Yeah, might penetrate the field. It's a little bit heavy underfoot. Oh, Biltero. Great to see you're an ECN super fan. Great to have you as part of the club. That's well bowled once again. Back on target this time. We'll see the weather brightening up as well. One thing I like about Biltero, he's come in, he said, I like what I see, and just wait till you hear about all the cricket on ECN. Normally. It's going to be a pretty clear wide, even though Diaz goes at it. But yeah, typically we have T10 cricket absolutely every day of the year. The only reason we wouldn't normally is because of weather, which unfortunately has intervened in in Romania, where we're meant to be into day 3 there. But hopefully we're underway tomorrow there. Diaz goes for it. The fielder on it like a flash. That's Mdina, the captain. I was a bit annoyed she couldn't come in, make it a catch, but really it was never an opportunity. That'll be the end of the 13th over. It's 51 for 4. Seven overs to go then. 1 boundary in the innings. So we've seen 5 bowlers now. They've all handled themselves pretty well for Switzerland. But Helix, nice to see you. Start of a new over. Kota gets the ball, so they go to a 6th bowler here. That's one thing, it's a good opportunity, I think, to bring a 6th bowler in here. But the standard's been set pretty high, particularly by the openers. We look at the top 3 bowlers in this innings, the first 3 that we saw. Debolka, Rajan and Mdina. I'll give you their figures. There's a little bit of bat on that, I think, that might have saved her. See a little bit of an under edge. But they bowled 9 overs, 4 for 28. But they only gave away 9 extras in those 9 overs. See a little bit of a deflection. So combined, they were only going at kind of 1 extra per over. And just kind of falls off that shot a little bit. Searching outside the off stump for the leg side. It's fine, but I think, see the back foot has a little bit of a back and across, but you need to probably get yourself across a bit more towards the offside to make that an easier shot. That will be a no ball. Yeah, so by comparison, the other 3 bowlers we've seen so far have bowled, that's 13 between them in just over 4 overs. So kind of more like 3 extras per over compared to the 1. And it just all adds up. I've seen that. Showing a lot of T20I cricket on the network. Right, free hit then. There you go. That's a shot. Yes. Again, I think she's been probably playing more of a support role. I don't want to throw a wicket away, but it's a very good shot. Hey to JJ, once again, good to see you. And yes, I think I mentioned this already. If not, I'll mention it now. Fraction short, Redcart does pulls pretty well. It's well handled out there by Cynthia Clark. Yeah, so today is the 28th of May and it is Corey's birthday. He messaged me to remind me to wish him a happy birthday, but I don't normally forget. Yeah, Corey, happy birthday. I know he's on the way to Denmark with the Spanish men's team. So many happy returns, Corey, and that's the thing, at this time of the year, we don't get Corey on the microphone too much. He's got a lot going on. 50 over cricket in Denmark for Spain will be a good test for them. Send him all your wishes, good or otherwise, on his social media. See Rutgers_28. Hope his inbox is flooded by the time he gets off the plane. Diaz, won't get a run here, puts it straight to the fielder. But does follow it up with a decent over here. Yes, she's had about three extras, but still not an over that's gone for heaps at the moment. Last ball of it coming up, or not. Down the leg side. Oh, that could be out. It is out. Hoping for the leg side, but the line was on the stumps, and it's right in front. So Kotha breaks through. It's been an interesting replay. I'd love to see exactly when it hits her. Don't think it's going over the top, so you're just looking at the line, and that, by definition, it's not missing. Have a look. And it hits her high-ish, but I don't think it's going to climb over. I think it's an unusual dismissal. Doesn't mean the only unusual dismissal so far. The only thing was height. Yeah, just a slight misjudgment there from Diaz, but I like what she was about. She played some nice shots while she was out there, especially the one off the free hit. But yeah, she'll have to go. End of a decent partnership between those two. It was worth 38. And you can see the bowler was pretty sure that she had a wicket. Funny one, because you always wonder, is it going over the top? I think, especially if you don't play a shot, yeah, you're rarely going to get the benefit of the doubt. It's probably the exception. She had a wry smile, didn't she? Did Sheeran. But still, I mean, handy innings. I mean, it's about partnerships as well. I know she scores 2 off her own bat, but she is involved in that partnership of 36. So yeah, team game. The over as well, so 58 for 5. Yeah, hoping for the wide down the leg side as Diaz looked pretty much middle stump. Yeah, shot this one by Redcut. Well handled though. Looks like the graphics have given us a bit something to think about. Bit of wind in the sails. 3 batters out there at once. Hey, gone are the days you see runners. Although I think they still have them in county cricket. I didn't realise that actually. I thought they were pretty much a relic of the past. It might just be limited overs cricket. It depends on the playing conditions. Going to be called a no ball. Fair enough. I wonder if this is a shirt number issue and that's why Bandari coming back. Bandari was out earlier. This might be Bandari. I think they might have just made a slight issue with the scorecard. That's pretty well played out. Bandari will negotiate it and take us to the end of the over. Yeah, on my scorecard, I had Bandara opening, but of course it was Lister that was out, stepped on her wicket for 5. So now, I think still has a fair bit of time to bat, for sure. But you need to be looking, I suppose, to bat around Redcar a little bit. At least try and give her the strike. And that'll help as well. This is Kota coming back. Did I get one there? Oh, right in front. Umpire says no. Interesting replay, actually. Didn't seem to. He hit it right in front. Maybe just missing off or hitting outside the line. That turned out very quickly. Probably is a good decision, though. Maybe a bit behind as well. Ooh. No ball called. If hitting the stumps here, you can see this from the bowler's end camera, and we'll see if that's what caused the ball to get away in the first place. Let's have a look. Okay, kind of knocked the stumps. So it was a front foot no ball. That's what he was pointing at. All right, freebie then. You can hear the wind, can't you? The effects, mate. Not out. Not out. It's free hit. There you go. You know what? I actually never want to be the one to tell anyone that it's not out, because you want to at least have them have that moment of joy, and then you can rip it away from them later. Yeah, it's pretty well bowled by Kota. Bit of fun though. Bit of work for the umpire. Run comes in, fixes up the stumps. It's a bit wide away. Free hit's out of play now, so can take a wicket with this ball. There's more to do with not feeling right in a run-up. See that on striker. Keeping an eye on things, red cut. Be close, maybe just heading down the leg side again. Again, this is tight. Because look where it actually hits it. Oh, jeez. If it's missing by a nanometer. So far back as well. Remember, the whole ball would have to miss the whole stump. But hey, benefit of the doubt. Luckily for Bandari, she survives. Yeah, nice little glance this time. And again, that's a good example of running, and it might even create another one. It doesn't, but still, I like that from Redcar. Backing up, looking to score, looking to be proactive. I think a lot of her teammates could learn from the way that she's run in this innings. So it will be the end of the over, 66 for 5 with 4 overs remaining. So I've got 16 overs down, 66 for 5. So where does that leave them? Where can you get to here? You say, let's be realistic, say kind of 8 Nova, 98, get a couple of extras. You're looking at 100. I mean, I still think the 100's on, but you need to be busy now. You need to use your resources, essentially. Maybe hope for a bit of help from the opposition, but I don't know if you'll get it. Still got good bowlers to come back. Swing and miss first up. This is Fernandez from the top end now. Interesting that Belgium is still listed as favourites. So I wonder what the supercomputer knows that we don't. I would have thought that Switzerland that pretty similarly. Will be called a wide. A touch and go one. They scrape together 100. And then essentially don't give too many away yourself. Make your opposition earn their runs. We'll flick away here, and we'll get a run. Just trying to eliminate the amount of dot balls. That's kind of the key here. You're happy with one a ball if you can get that. Yeah, Thomas. Buenos dias, Thomas. Hopefully you're well, watching from Madrid. Saying hello to everyone, hello to me, and taking a chance to congratulate Corey. I like your theory as well, Thomas. Drawing forward. It's probably one thing. It's only a little negative on the Swiss bowling, but I think they've probably been a little bit too short with their stock ball. I'd love to see a ball that... Your ideal ball basically is one that's full but isn't a full toss. So drawing the batter to play forward and probably into an error or an uncontrolled shot. That kind of length's good. Just misses the line that time. Redkes really held it together for Belgium here. Without her efforts, I think they'd be in all sorts of trouble. See, scoreboard's back. I know I had to fix up a couple of things, but now it looks like we're all good. Good shot. Really good shot, that one. That will go for the second boundary of the day. This is a very well executed pull shot by Vera Redkes. See, look, the difference here, her head's pretty much right behind the line of the ball. So, and it's because it's straighter. But when she's been trying to play that from outside off stump, it hasn't hit it as well. So the learning there is if you see it short, get back across, get your eyes behind the line of the ball. It gives you such a better look. You're in a better position to get that power. She moves to 27. Good comeback from Fernandez. You don't judge a game till both sides have batted. Switzerland playing their first ever T20IW. See what kind of impression they make with the bat, but first they need to try and restrict as much as they can here. Oh, there goes the bail. There's the bail we saw Rosemary Lister knock off. She was out quite unusually, hit wicket, executing a back foot shot earlier in the innings. Down leg side's probably called, so Switzerland probably not finishing quite as well as they started with the ball. Better ball this time. Yes, very good pick up and throw. Excellent fielding. It's kind of how you establish that aura in the field that you better not try and run because it's going to be a certain run out if you try it. pick up. Cracked by Redcar. And it'll run away for another boundary, so don't get too short to her. You pay the price. She's up into the 30s. She's holding this innings together at the seams, and Belgium at the end of 17 are 79 for 5. Excellent shot again. She's batted the better. She's batted, I think, as well. Has headed up a little bit. I think partly run rate's gone up because there's been more extras in that period since about the 8 over mark compared to the first period. A situation here where Redcar's faced pretty much half the balls in the innings. Yeah, that 100's certainly on. I mean, that last over went for 13. Had 2 boundaries in it. It's more than the amount of boundaries we had in the 16 overs to that point. Very interesting battle here in match 1. Edge and dropped. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Holmes. That was the easy one. Caught an impossible one earlier. And Dari lucky to survive. And what's more, it gives a strike back to Redcar. Have a look at this one. She can't believe it. We had too much time to think this time. Up it went to a left. Falling with the flight of the ball. Got 2 hands to it. Couldn't hold on. Mdina really should have had her first T20I wicket. But she'll have to wait. That's the other thing. You've got Mdina still to bowl 2 overs. You've got De Bulcker to bowl 1. So you've got basically 2 of your top 3 bowlers based on what we've seen so far to finish.
Come on, girls, 17 balls to go. Make it count.
And one thing I suppose often on ECN people say, you know, it's all crash and bash and all action. Maybe it doesn't have the nuances of maybe a more traditional form of the game. These games kind of do, don't they? It's quite attritional. Beautifully bowled. Redcar keeps it out. Feels that one isn't the one to go after. Also looks like they're going to bat out the overs, which it didn't necessarily look like when they were 18 for 3. You've got to start trying to run, I think. And not an easy day to execute a run out. You need a clean pick up and throw, and maybe even a direct hit or a clean take by the bowler or the keeper. I think this is the time that you, particularly for Redcar, has to kind of orchestrate that, especially if she's not at risk or going to the danger end, like there, for example. I think you've got to be looking to score, take a few calculated risks. That's my bowled, actually. Really nice bit of outswing from Mdina. Tanashi Mdina, captaining Switzerland for the first time in a T20I, an official T20I women's match, and she must be thrilled. That's something no one can ever take away from her. Gets away, just kind of loses the release. A few people mentioning it's been quite the turnaround. I mean, they were 34 in the first half. So they're 47 in this half already, and there's still over 2 overs to go. It's a much better performance. Maybe that 100 is around the park. I suppose we'll find out in the second innings. Falls, but I don't like the call when she gets up. Does get called a wide. We'll say the conditions have brightened up considerably. Remember, after 8 balls, the players went off due to a very heavy shower. It wasn't really in the forecast either. Goes for it. Just drops safely. And gets spooked out of the run. Another direct hit. Someone was mentioning they've had a lot of direct hits. So not necessarily on purpose, but it's good practice, I guess. That's the one that like the idea of running, but they just know where it falls. It's going to be too easy to run them out. Then have a look at this. There you go. Save those up. Kota with the fielding. Good to see some smiles, though. That's what it's all about. We'll be down the leg side and will be re-bowled. That last over 13 off Fernandez with the 2 boundaries. It's the first double figure over that we've had in the innings. Edge into the ground. So that will be the end of the 18th. Mdina probably come back for the last. Right now she's got none for 12. And after 18 overs, Belgium are 84 for 5. And just 5 runs off that over. We'll say Fernandez went for 13 in her 4th over, but her overs before that went for 6, 3 and 2. So obviously on balance, very, very tight. It's been a good team bowling performance. You can see that 13 sticks out, doesn't it? One maiden in there. It was double wicket maiden, in fact, by Meghna Rajan. And the big Italy-Germany game on as well, and I've been keeping an eye on that score as well. Tina's been in touch a fair bit. And I'm in touch with some of the Italian players over there as well. I mean, Delisha, she's having some sort of series, isn't she? There's the pull. She loves that shot. Cannot bowl short to her. Got to go for 2 here. Got to go. Fairly comfortable one as it is. But yeah, if you've learnt anything so far, do not bowl short to Redcar. It's been outstanding. Basically keeping this contest alive. And according to the odds, Belgium fairly healthy favourites as well. This time doesn't beat the field. I think kind of the game's in the Belgians' hands to an extent. Can they bowl with accuracy? If you're giving up 50 extras, for example, I don't think you can defend this kind of score. But if you only give away 20, then maybe you can. Again, confident, hit and run. And Dari's got to play her role as well. Still 3 balls left to go in the over. And you'd love for Redcar to be able to face a couple more. This is where I think it's tough because you don't get to play too many matches at this level. But you need to be looking, hit in front of the wicket, you've got to be running. You know, if you can get Redcar safely down the keeper's end, then you want to do that even if you get run out. It's a good ball though, isn't it? Good ball. Just has to take her medicine, keeps it out. Yes is the call straight away. It was a bit of a slow response. I'll get through again. Shows what you can do. Maybe see from the main camera and you actually look at the actions of Redcar. See, she's backing up. Quick yes call. Okay, it's still a bit risky, but now's the time to take risks. So much better than just knocking it out for a dot. Oh, very clever from Monty Luce. He knows 1 or 2 things about rain, where he lives, but this is breaking news. Romania to be renamed Rain Mania. Wow. Good finish from Dubulka. 1 for 20 on her T20IW debut. And with 1 over remaining, Belgium 88 for 5. Can I just say, though, that next week in Romania, it's meant to be 30 degrees and hot. It's just how things are. You can't avoid the rain all the time. This is Europe at the end. Alfie Lowe, I think, enjoyed that one. Hey, if you are watching, why don't you throw something in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, let me hear from you. So I'm sure we've got a few lurkers. I'm sure we've got a few new viewers today as well. Right, here's Metagoda to finish it off. I'm going to run here. Again, excellent running. I'll just probably take one. But I love what Redka's doing here. She's such a great example, I think, with her running. You got to be a little bit fearless. I know it's uncomfortable, but you do need to take a few risks in this form of the game to advance the score. And sometimes it's not going to work out. Sometimes you might get run out, but especially towards this time of the innings, you got to be going. You got to try and keep the set batter on strike. Redka on 35. And she'll like this. There'll be a no ball and a free hit coming up. That one just swings away from Metagoda. Doesn't find the surface. So looking a lot more than it looked like we might see from Belgium earlier on. Free hit has hit very well. Absolutely belted. Cuatro carreras. Don't bowl short. Do not bowl short to Redka. 39 and Belgium up to 94. Keeping that dream of the three figures alive. The Swiss have got a fight on their hands here.
Yes.
She's very confident playing that shot, isn't she? She's played it better the longer she's batted as well.
It will be maximal.
So a few things she could probably do slightly better. Get that back foot back and across and make it even easier. But that one's certainly middle of the bat. Racing away. Now she go over the offside. Got to be looking for two here. Got to be looking for two. Does take it on and will get it fairly comfortably. This is a great individual effort from Redka. You see the shin backing up in the background. From Layla Pickard. Yeah, you dare to dream of the half century here. 4-4-1 and done. 96 on the board. Wide, good leave. Metagoda just struggling with controlling the swing. Ball still swinging right to the 20th over, which I suppose is a good sign. You've got to be looking for two here if you've got any chance at all. Well, up in the air. It won't be an easy one. Coming down and taken. So Metagoda with her first wicket in a T20 international. It's Meghna Raja who takes the catch, but it's the end of a top knock from Vieira. She'll fall on her sword for 41, but she has laid the foundation for what is a defendable total now, I think, for the home side. Again, not as easy as it looked, that catch on a day like today with ball swirling around. But a fantastic knock. I'm sure she'll get a great reception from her teammates as well. They're thrilled. That's really what this is all about as well. It's over a year since Belgium have played a T20IW match. She's given them a shot, and a pretty good shot, actually. Those times if she got across, maybe it's pullable. Tough one. She had to go for it. That was pretty clear. Ashita Gupta will get a chance, but not much of a chance. 2 balls to go. Again, might as well run on everything here.
Wow.
I can make the play. That's 98. Yeah, it's a good knock, wasn't it? 41 off 60. So she faces exactly 10 overs. 4 boundaries in there. Good contact there. And they'll come through for run number 99. Oh, did they not run there? Oh, hold on a sec. I would have thought there was one there. We'll have a look at on. Yeah, they did run. Just they seem to be finished so quickly. In fact, you'd see there was almost a run out. All right, so we'll be 100 chase plus this. Here we go. Wide down the leg side. Don't think there was anything on it. There's the 100 up for Belgium. Ooh. Might have been a silent graze. Oh, in fact, yeah, they will say, so that's that. I'm not seeing this again. Maybe they decided that actually it did hit the leg. Maybe they asked the batter. They said, hey, actually, take that back. So the 100 was up. It's now not up. It's 99 for 6, and that will do it. So it'll be a nice, even 100 target for Switzerland in their first ever T20I. I suppose good communication. I think the square leg umpire said to him, look, I'm sure that hit the leg. I heard it. I saw it. Maybe even the batter saying, yeah, look, did hit my leg. So, okay, 99 for 6 off the 20 overs. As we'll go back and have a look, and it was a pretty interesting first 20, wasn't it? Pretty interesting catch there, to say the least. Holmes with your play of the day before we'd even really gotten going. A one-hand jalebi catch, as Rico would say. We had this incident where Lister played a shot. No one really noticed at first, but she knocked her stumps over, and you can see the appeal came from the right of screen. Metagoda saying, hey, I think that's out. Umpire said, yeah, that is out. And so there was the decision. She goes straight away, the Lister. She knew exactly what had happened. I'm hoping no one noticed, and it wasn't too long before there was another wicket with Elahi going, attempting the pull. So a second in the over there for Rajan, who would end up taking even more. That one going through and getting Yanamandra for just 2. Nice bit of off-spin bowling. But Redcar through it all. She just kept fighting, didn't she? And I liked her energy. I liked the way she ran between the wickets. I liked the way she struck the ball. Had a kind of fearlessness about her. Actually liked the work of Shirin Diaz, who was involved in this partnership. It was pretty significant. Of 36 before, she just misjudged one. Was trapped in front, LBW. Yeah, after only seeing one boundary in the first 16 overs, there were 2 in the 17th. And I will say they allowed Redcar to play that shot a bit too often. That's where the bulk of her scoring came from in boundaries. Late in the piece, though, she was out for 41. Exactly 60 balls faced. And it's great to see the camaraderie as well. Such a melting pot. All of these international teams we see in Europe. Bandari, she battled as well for 5 not out. She was a good ally for Redcar, and then cooked her with a run at the end. 39 extras, so they were going at about 1 extra and over, but then it opened. So, yeah, 39, bit on the high side, but I mean, kind of what we might see this week, especially with the conditions being a little bit tough for the bowlers to control. 41, though, head and shoulders above the rest. Vera Redcar, including those 4 boundaries, the only boundaries of the innings. Next best was Bandari with 5 not out, and Lister 5 before she stood in her stumps. Canaria with 4 early before going to a blinder of a catch from Millie Holmes. Bowling-wise, well, certainly started well, didn't they? I mean, Rajan, again, absolute standout, only gave away 2 wides in the 4 overs she bowled, finished with 3 for 6, including that double wicket maiden. Wicket also for Dubulka, as well as Metagoda late in the piece, the skipper. Saranya Kotha, she recovered pretty well from a bit of an inconsistent start, finished with 1 for 12, but no one really letting the side down. I mean, the highest economy rate there was Cynthia Clark with none for 14 off her 2. So, I mean, that's a pretty good consistent effort, but really, for Switzerland, they've got a shot, don't they? 100 required, it's 5 and over. And the Belgians, responsibility on them as well, not to give too many away for free. We'll take a break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. The only cricket you'll see today on ECN, of course, with the rain in Romania. So why don't you take a break and join us for more T20IW action. When we return, it'll be 100, the victory target for the Swiss here in match 1 of the ECN Mdina Cup T20IW.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Belgium and the Mdina Cup here. First day of action, and it's nice to see a bit of blue sky around, isn't it? As Belgium are taking on Switzerland in the first of 4 T20IWs. Over the next couple of days, Switzerland playing their first ever match at this level against the Belgians, who won the toss. Home side elected to bat and have put 99 on the board. So 100 exactly will be the victory target for Team Switzerland. Their first ever bat in T20IW cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, taking you through all the action. And it is the only action, unfortunately, today due to Romania getting washed out for a third consecutive day. It's been real tough conditions. And I've got to say, well done to all of the crew over there. They've been working so hard to do whatever they can do, whatever is in their control to get some cricket on. And we'll have an update a little bit later in the day about exactly what's happening in that tournament, what the plan is for tomorrow, and they'll be planning to get on. Kuenberg comes out to open the batting. 105 and over. Sounds easy, but he's still going to make them. Belgium, in a sense, they're also kind of fighting a bit of a battle with themselves to make these runs earned. That really is probably how I'd put it. A lot of cricket happening across Europe today. World Cup qualifiers continuing in Italy as well, including our own Tina Goff, I think, is batting right now. Italy, Germany setting the pace. at the moment. Out of the 6 teams there, of course, 2 teams will get the right to continue their World Cup journey with a trip to the Netherlands. 20th to the 27th of August. Warm welcome to everyone back in the chat as well. Hello to Thomas Martinez. Nice to see you. Dave B's in there as well. Monty Loose. Alfie Lowe is fairly new to the chat. Welcome. All right, we're good. Let's go. It's a pretty good start here. Something Switzerland did very well earlier. They were one side of the wicket. I know it's been working pretty hard to get all the cameras where they need to be because the wind's been blowing around. It's been knocking them over. It's been pretty tough conditions for our crew from 2 circles. So big thanks. I'll take what we can get at the moment. This one does get away down the leg side. So yeah, Layla Picard out there opening up. There she is. And Quenberg at the other end. 5 and over. Just wouldn't really want it to get a lot more than that. You'd want to make sure that you're at least on target off the pad, but not really going too far. Getting down the leg side. Yes, well bowled. Dug out. Canaria with the ball. Captain taking the responsibility. I love those Belgian uniforms. I saw them, I think maybe it was last year in the Mdina Cup for the first time, actually. And the men were playing in France. Oh, gone. If it's an appeal, it's out, and it will be out. Wow. Well, she's the captain. If she wants to do it, then I suppose she's the one that decides if she wants to appeal. And Quenberg's going to go without facing the ball unless this appeal is withdrawn. He was looking straight at the bat. The batter wasn't looking at the bowler. And Quenberg, I guess we'll see what they decide. I'd love to see him maybe just go with a warning here. I think in the spirit of the series, she's yelling something out. It's either to go one way or the other. I feel like that would be the right kind of thing to do. I mean, I know it's in the rules, and yeah, I think that's what we're seeing now. Well, it's nice to see. You know, you invite them there, invite them to your country to play a bilateral series, and there is something to be said still for the spirit of cricket. I mean, yes, I know it's the batter's obligation. We say that all the time. It is true. And the thing is, Quenberg, she'll learn a lesson out of that. Well, I hope she does. Yeah, you just hate to have it as a headline as the stump. Maybe she was blown out of her crease because the stumps just blew over. Yeah, so it won't be the first wicket. Consider that a warning, and a pretty strong warning at that. You can still back up. Just make sure that arm goes over and you're safe. It's a concentration thing as a non-striker. Just like you have to concentrate when you're the striker. Okay, happy to see that, if I'm honest. Oh, geez, umpire Justice had at a bad moment. That was heading down the leg side. It was all happening here in this first over. Watch this. There's the right hand moves from the umpire. I'm nervous as a batter. I mentioned this the other day in Estonia. There's going to be some runs off the bat for Picard. She'll get 1. Maybe even 2. She will get 2. I'd love to see maybe we can have a look at Quenberg and how she's backing up. Well, it's a no ball, actually. No ball for height. Let's see if she's learned a lesson backing up. Because next time, if it happens, yeah, she's still, I'd love to see her watch the arm a bit closer. Next time it happens, I don't think they're going to call her back. Can't be out, even if she's stumped, because it was a free hit. No ball for height, the previous ball. This could be a real wrestle here. I like the idea to charge. Why not? I mean, you can't be stumped. As long as you make an immediate attempt to get back and you're not attempting a run. See the wind playing a bit of havoc with the bales, the stumps.
ļoti labs resursu menedžments.
Nice little shot off the back foot, the outside half of the bat. Winberg, well, she will get the chance to face the ball. Just not straight away, because that is the end of the over. And it's 5 without loss after 1. So they get the 5 they want. It was pretty interesting first over, though, wasn't it? Yeah, Wayne, give us your thoughts. You can hear, that's the camera tower, something blowing over in there. I think 2 circles, they're on danger money on a day like today. Not easy for any of us. So Picard retains the strike. Ilahi to bowl over number 2. Should be able to make an impact after failing to score in the first innings. Arusa Ilahi. Nice little turn around the corner. Kuenberg's call says no. I like Kuenberg's backing up and the intent she's showing. Obviously she left a bit early and failed to recognise the bowler didn't deliver. It's almost caused her to be run out without a ball being bowled. But I like bats in the correct hand, inside hand. She's looking to score. She knew that was her call. She turned it down. Little dab away this time. I see she ends up making it pretty easily. So it's good cricket. That's the only thing, though, for Francisca here when she's non-striker. Make sure that the bowler has basically swung their arm over. From that point, you're fine. Even if they held on to the ball, you can't be run out that way. But don't commit to leaving your crease until you're sure that ball, well, the arm is going over, essentially. Kuenberg finally faces the ball. She would have done plenty of steps before her first ball. Walked on the field, walked off the field, walked back on the field. Run a few as well. Tries to launch on this one, leg side. A bit too full to play that shot. Well bowled by Ilahi. Bowled again. A bit of a away movement that time from Ilahi. I mean, to be honest, Francisca Kuenberg almost became a trivia question. Who was man-catted before they were able to face their first ball in international cricket? That'd be first, surely. It will be the end of the over. Ilahi very tight there. Only gives up the 1, and at the end of the over, it's 6 without loss. Not anywhere off the inside edge, right off the back of the leg. Just rolled harmlessly away. Yeah, imagine being man-catted without facing a ball on your international debut. By the way, this always comes up because I know there was an attempt in the PSL that we saw overnight, I think, or might have been a couple of days ago. But always these comments were saying, it's not a man-cat, it's a run-out. It's not a man-cat. It's always been a run-out. There's never been a change. It's always been run-out. Man-cat is just a colloquial term. And if it means what it means. So it's not an offensive term either. I know they try and sometimes discourage its use because people try to say it's just like any other kind of run out, but it's not really, is it? It's a specific type of run out. It's like saying, oh, you can't call it a cut shot, it's just a shot. Well, no, you're describing a specific type of something else. So I don't really have an issue with the term. Sometimes I call it run out backing up or run out pre-delivery, but when people, these vocabulary warriors, get in the comment sections of these social media posts. Not that I have enough time to spend a lot of time on social media, as most people know. Canaria gets the ball back here at over number 3. Hello to Peter. Good to see you. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Canado Fletcher. Ken
Okay.
Fletch, my man, how are you? Good to see you as well.
Nē, man te tāds mistisks numurs zvanīja sveiki vai Oskars. Man te teica, ka
Well,
jūs
how about that?
Jums ir kamera un tā
Not too far away at all.
kaut kā piedāvāja darbu.
Card
Es teicu, ka,
surviving, but not
daudz
exactly
nebūs,
thriving
un
so far.
Man nav tam spēka. Vēl meklēt kādu, kurš var viņai nofilmēt.
Yeah, tries to get to the pitch of this one, pops it up and gets good contact. She's come back for two, pretty easy too. It's a beautiful looking shot from Pickard. Obviously, you know, the weight of the dot ball starting to tell her a little bit. But yeah, keeps the bat straight, keeps her shape. Very nice bit of batting. It's a very, very tight contest at the moment.
Yeah.
Down the leg side. Was there some bat on that? No signal. Yeah, there it is. Didn't think so because the keeper might have had their head taken off if it was bat. I like this reference from Annie Raghuvanshi. I'll come to it in a second. There has to be another wide. Yeah, Nikhil Patel, the Man-Cad man from the Clone Challengers. Yep, in Krefeld. By the way, we're going back to Krefeld. Not sure which teams we'll see there as yet. We'll be back there in, I'm going to say, July. Mid-July. This one in the air, maybe not quite as good on the contact, but still gets away from the fielder. And these two, they run very well together. It's pretty obvious so far. They get back for a couple. Belgium still waiting for the breakthrough. Yeah, so Nikhil Patel, a.k.a. the Man-Cad man, he basically outwardly said, look, I'm going to Man-Cad you. Consider this a warning. And yeah, I think he did 5 or 6 times in the series. But probably the most amazing one was when he did take a 6-for and had a Man-Cad in one inning. So that's about as close as we've got to a 7-wicket haul in a T10. Of course, the run-out / Man-Cad didn't go to his bowling figures. A little back cut here. Again, this is a key difference between the running in this innings compared to maybe what we saw in the Belgian innings. You've got the non-striker well coached to back up and look for a run. If they feel that they're going to make it, then they will just say to the batter, look, I'm coming. It's behind point. Kuenberg's call. Very good. She's been good for someone that hasn't scored a run off the bat yet. Deserves one. She won't get one here. Finds the fielder. It's Lister at mid-wicket. Have a look, we're in the Goldilocks zone at the moment, 44-56. That'll be the end of the third over. It's 14 without loss. We'll say as well that the extras play a bit of a part, and that's something we saw from Switzerland. Be very, very good early in their innings and just kind of get a bit looser here in the second part of the innings, really from over 9 or 10 onwards. And so far, reasonably good from Belgium, giving up 5 extras. It's actually Canary that gave up all 5 so far in 3 overs. Cool. That's another, you know, another example of yeah, Bale fell off, but also another example of Kuenberg probably leaving before she should. She's leaving her crease, or committing to leave the crease. Not even leaving, committing to leave the crease before the arm comes over. She better be careful, even though I don't think it was an attempt from Ilahi, who I think just stopped because the bail came off. But it's just one of those things. I mean, there's no real excuses now. The warning's been given. Again, it's good running once again. So they're both doing it. Pickard that time. Backs up. Knows it's her call. Comes through. It's a busy start to the innings from Switzerland. Caught a wide. They've been pretty consistent on these. Sometimes there's a little bit of wiggle room down the leg side. I think I've called it the same for both teams. Pretty much anything that's missed the leg stump. Bowled. Very good ball from Ilahi, and it sneaks through Pickard, who's been pretty good so far, keeping these kind of balls out. But this one just snuck through the gap. Through the gates, and that is the first wicket for Belgium in the series. Switzerland, 18 for 1. Good ball, though. Look at the length. It's kind of an in-between length. It's not an obvious come forward or go back. That comes through, but it was too late. The death rattle sounds around the Hofstad Stadium, and Pickard out for 9. It's 18 for 1. Very good piece of bowling from Ilahi. A little bit of in movement off the surface. But you can see she's excited. Why shouldn't she be? Every bowler's dream sound there.
Yeah.
So, Sejal Vinod is the new batter. Comes from a pretty famous Swiss cricketing family. Sejal knows she'll have a lot of support. Back in Switzerland, I'll be saying Hopschwiz. Switzerland not so lucky in the hockey. I think it's 2 years in a row that they've gone down in the final. Sorry to remind you. I think that looks pretty well put together, and I even like that. Kuenberg is ready to run. Vinod was a bit more proactive there, getting off the mark. Quick yes call. I mean, hesitation kills between the stumps. I think we've seen that so many times. Men's or women's cricket. Monty Loose with a bit of a walk down memory lane with one of his comments here. Some hesitation this time for a second, but now they will get it. Let's see what this was off, actually. We'll keep an eye on the umpire. We shouldn't have been misfielded in the first place. Did everything right except stop it. There's Tripti Gore there. One off the bat. And looking for it this time. Almost a miscommunication. One of the real keys as well is keeping your eye on your batting partner. Don't ball watch too much. You need to know what they're doing. Get a sense of where the ball is, but then look at each other, react to each other. We're hanging around that 5 and over, which is the rate. It's a real interesting game at the moment. This time goes with a hit, finds the gap. Should just be one. So Vinod looking confident so far. She retains the strike. Ilahi is another reasonably tight over. And after 4, it's 22 for 1. Yeah, that Australia-Pakistan test in 1979, I should say. Yeah, I remember Rodney Hogg getting out, going to tap down the pitch. He got run out. There was a run out backing up. I think Alan Hurst was the man that was out. Safraz Nawaz did it. And I think it might have been the same game, or at least the next one, where Andrew Hilditch was the only batter to ever be given out handle the ball when he wasn't facing. The ball came in, bounced off the bowler. The ball was effectively dead, but not technically dead. And Hilditch picked it up, gave it back to the bowler, who said, "How's that?" Ouch. Yeah, Alan Hurst, sorry, it's true. Alan Hurst was the one that man-catted the Pakistan batter, and that Hilditch handle the ball was considered retaliation. It's one of the funny things, we talk about spirit of cricket, and it's a great thing. It means different things to different people for sure. But if you go back, I've read some really interesting books on the 19th century cricket, and it's as dirty as ever, really. Start of a new over. And Yanamandra gets the ball here. First one. Be borderline for the wide. I think, you know, at her pace, though, she gets a little bit of extra wiggle room, I think, because the batter has more of an opportunity to play the ball in an orthodox fashion. Takes it on this time. Bounces off the fielder. There's Diaz. Come back for two. For me, if you ask me which team I'd rather be in this situation, I'm not sure, but I just feel like Switzerland are handling themselves pretty well against the Premier bowlers as well. That's the thing. They're keeping up with the rate already against the openers. Belgium will have to turn to other bowlers at some point as well. They may give you a few more for free. Yanamandra has to pitch it up. Try and draw Vinod forward here. This one won't quite get past the infield. Who's your tip at this stage? I mean, wicket could change everything. A couple of wickets change plenty. Right? Switzerland actually ahead now. Searching for their first ever win in their first ever game. Remember Belgium, they've never won a game either. They're 0-7 lifetime. That'll help. Because that'll be a no ball and a free hit coming up. It's one of those ones, probably can. As long as she keeps something on the pitch or over the pitch, she can actually hit this. Actually came back towards it towards the end. I don't know exactly what you're going to do with it. But almost like a free hit for a free hit. Here's the real free hit. Well, she's got something on this. Well, that's total meal by Vinod. Probably can't believe it. Must have caught up with it slightly. It would have been a huge wide if she just missed it. What is this hit? How do we see the keeper's in the way? Yanamandra off the hook. Some break for a wide, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I think already you're seeing Yanamandra maybe not quite as comfortable, especially because she's naturally quite an off-speed bowler. She's more up to the elements as well about what the ball's going to do when it leaves her hand. Not easy to lose a run that short, but Shruti does. Not too far for her to walk back to top of her mark. It does leave this one alone. So this over so far, we've had kind of 3 extras and 4 legal. And Yanamandra close it out. Much better ball. Much better ball. And that's the kind of length I was talking about. To draw her forward and into a, I suppose, a less controlled shot. I think if we learn anything from the first innings, if you get too short, it's almost like a tennis shot. You can hit wherever you want. And well bowled once again. So, and even if you go back, it's not an easy one to hit either. So she does actually close it out pretty well. Doesn't get hurt too badly on the scoreboard. It was a 2. A no ball and 2 wides in the over. That's 5. That is the going rate at the end of the 5th over. The score is 27 for 1 right now. We have 2 locations, though, unfortunately, remaining are washed out today. Stay tuned for some news about what might happen there tomorrow. And I'll let you know as soon as I know as well. But right now, we've got the first match of the Mdina Cup in progress. 2 matches between these teams today in the T20 format. And also 2 matches tomorrow. So it's actually a 4-match series. England, of course, for the first time this year, starting on Monday. Tina and Nish over there once teams finish with their playing commitments. Change of bowler. Atia T20IWs is going to bowl. It's probably dropping. Again, that's good running. If you can somehow get runs when they're in the infield, then you're helping yourself out a lot. This one comes from a height. That's why, even though she hits it probably waist high just above, it's definitely coming down. It's legal. But Adil Diwanali is someone that I remember took a hat trick back in the ECL 22. I'm sure he's watching. Hey, Adil, hopefully you're well. It's quite a ridiculous hat trick as well. And the middle wicket was a hit wicket where he hit the batter in the neck and he fell on his stumps. Funny. Oh, geez, that could be out, you know. Yeah, that's out. It straightens down the line. It looked pretty good to me. Certainly wasn't going over or under. Only thing is it's swinging past off stump, but she gets hit right in front. This will be an interesting one. If you can actually see the point of impact. You can see she's batting toes on off stump. The actual impact is probably in front of off. Another frame past here. I think it's more likely to hit than not. Put it that way. The only chance was if it was going to miss off. Live, I liked it, and really there's nothing on the replay that gives me any sort of confidence it was going to miss. So if you're not, don't be upset to miss a full toss. Hatia Diwanali with her first wicket and the score 28 for 2. Just look at it live. Look what the umpire sees. I don't think you can give that not out. Maybe we say it one more time. Let's see the keeper's reaction. I love this in women's cricket sometimes at this level. Keeper. Oh no, to be fair, she asked a quick question before she started to chase the ball. 28 for 2. Game takes another turn. If you're not, you'll be so disappointed. It's kind of an 11-ball innings that was littered with missed opportunities, like the free hit that she spoiled down the leg side. But one door closes, another opens, and it's Meghna Rajan who's going to bowl. The stumps do go over. You want to know how windy it is? It's that windy. Not the greatest confidence booster for the new batter when you come out there and you hear the sound of stumps hitting the ground. Swings a bit too much. Diwanali getting that movement. I like the foot movement though from the batter. Rajan getting that back foot back and across, just too wide to hit. Again, that late movement. See, it's a key difference between the teams. Runs there where there weren't runs in the first innings. Don't think we really ever saw the Belgian batters taking on the infield or being able to pinch runs to the infield. I know we had that issue earlier where Kuenberg's innings was almost over before it started, but I like the proactive nature. Her running now, she'll hit this one. Just gets past the mid-off as well. This outfield's quickening up as we go. This one won't go all the way to the fence. We'll come back for 2. Switzerland ahead of the rate at the moment. That one actually gets past the fielder on the full. Well struck by Francisca. It's good decision making. It was very well bowled by Diwanali. Kuenberg went to hit across it and then just thought better of it. And this is excellent decision to say, you know what? It's heading for my stumps. If I cross bat it and I miss them out, that can change the game. Rather just eat the dot. Smart batting. Now you get a bad ball next. That's the thing. At this level, you rarely get 6 in a row that you're like, are going to find it impossible to score off. Make her bowl another one. The next one's miles off the pitch. Now you've got a free hit. And you do what you like. Switzerland, for me, they're well ahead now. But again, that could all change very, very quickly. Free hit coming up. She does hit it well. And that'll probably go all the way, and it does. The first boundary of this Swiss response. In fact, the first boundary in all T20IW cricket for Team Switzerland. And it comes off the bat for Francisca Kuenberg. An innings that was almost closed down before it had a chance to breathe. That's the power of the free hit, the fearlessness you've got. You're not worried if you miss that. There's no consequence.
Overs?
End of the over as well, 37 for 2 after 6. I'll say I don't have the ability to have the World Cup qualifiers on at the moment. So yeah, keep me up to date in the chat when you can. Well, Monty's got an idea for Romania if it keeps raining. How about a 1-over tournament? I don't know about one. But why not? There's a lot of walking on and walking off the field. Just happy we got some sunshine out here. It's been rough. He calls it the Super Over Super Cup. I think, does that bounce off the pitch? Umpire's thinking about it. It's going to call it a wide. I don't know. Or maybe it bounced after the stumps. Maybe it is the right call. Trip to Gore, the new bowler. Yeah, it did. Good umpiring, actually. If he made that decision on purpose. Sure he did. Razak's a good player. Good to see him umpiring, giving a bit back as well. It's all hands on deck in European cricket, most of these countries. Come on, will be it. No ball. In fact, it'll be Christmas for Kuenberg. She'll get to pinch the free hit off Rajan. So yeah, this is where, I mean, you look at the Swiss bowlers. Okay, I know they weren't perfect, but all the bowlers used were able to keep the wides more or less under control. Yeah, it's early days for Gore. No ball plus a bye there. A free hit now for Kuenberg. Oh, gets a little bit of edge on this. Flies past the keeper. Much better ball though from Gore. Thinking of 2. Now, I'll get there. Despite the relay hitting the stumps. Again, the power of the free hit. That immunity cloak. It's a shot. Maybe should have been a bit more careful if it wasn't a free hit. More stump fixing for the umpire. Gore. Seems a bit more settled now. Well struck though, Kuenberg. It's going to go over the top. That is a powerful strike. And she has settled in very nicely now. Cuatro carreras, another boundary, her second. Wasn't the worst ball really from Gore, but once again, it was short enough for Kuenberg to get a good look at the ball. And that's almost like a softball or even a tennis shot. You can hit with some elevation. Good comeback though. Tripty beating Francisca outside the off stump. Well taken as well. Flat keeping from Shama Diwanali so far. Not too much has got past her. That tough one earlier in the over that was off the pitch. Can't really blame her too much for that. Too short again, this time up in the end. It will clear the field, and that'll be 4 more. So once again, the drag down having consequences as Switzerland have pulled away now. They bring up their 50 in just the 7th over. Now for Kuenberg, and I wonder if Canary is having second thoughts about recalling her in the first over when technically she'd been run out. Now full toss. That's going to be hit away as well. So
Yes.
this over
Yeah.
has become very, very expensive now. There's 18 in total off it, and there's still 2 to come. Just finding the timing. Beautiful ball striking from Kuenberg. Of course, like all of her Swiss teammates on debut today in the T20 international format. Uh-oh, same again, and that's not going to work at all. We have our first magical over. It's a game-breaking over, really, for Switzerland. Kuenberg being brutal on these over pitches, just like she was on the under pitches as well. Very hard part of the ground to protect as well. Gore finds herself in a tough spot here, but really, she's been done by some good batting. Some slight errors with the ball, but it's been brutal from Kuenberg. She's got that confidence, wants to go on the hit. Again, it's the confidence. I want to see that one again, actually. I think the stumps might have blown over at some point. Maybe the keeper knocked them over. Let's have a look.
There you
I think you got to respect that ball. The stumps were still up when she hit it. So that'll be the end of the over at 60 for 2 after 7. But that over ends up going for 22 plus the bye, so 23 in total, and that's pretty much a quarter of the score.
God.
And Harsh just mentioning, yeah, Switzerland cricket deserves some applause because they've been investing in cricket at a club level. And for them to come in here and really to be in such a winning position against a more experienced side, albeit Belgium certainly still in the infancy as a T20IW side. It's certainly a confidence booster. I think what you're seeing here as well from Switzerland in this innings is less fear about getting out. Doesn't mean being silly, but particularly with the running, just getting through for some runs that Belgium weren't getting in the first innings, and just getting that striker to the other end. Just let him take a breath. Let him relax for a bit rather than have to face 2, 3, 4 dot balls in a row. Even if there's a couple of wides in between. Anyway, 7 overs down. They need 40 off 13 overs. They've got it down to about 3 an over required. Would have been a wide from Atia Diwanali, but spoiled. Everything can change though. Particularly in this format. You still see collapses. Well, wickets could change everything. Funny one, actually. Oh, it would have been a run out. I actually think this is a no ball because it bounces a second time before the stump that's off the pitch. Funny one. See, for me, that's a no ball, but it would have been run out. Can't be run out of a no ball. See what the call is in the end. The first bounce was on the pitch. Maybe we'll see this one more time from front on. Maybe not, but it's just going to be given a wide. It means this isn't a free hit. But yeah, it wasn't a no ball for bouncing twice, I think, because the second bounce was after the crease. But that second bounce was still off the pitch before the stumps. So it's a bit of an unusual one, put it that way. So bold, not quite coming back enough again. They're taking their chances. We need to run and see if it might have been out, if it had hit. But Kuenberg, she's done this all the way through. She's very proactive. You see, by the time the ball reaches the bat, she's 2.5 meters out of her crease. And whether it would have saved her or not, I'm not so sure on that occasion, but at least they're forcing Belgium to make a play, and they haven't been able to so far. Kuenberg reaches, gets this one off the end of the bat. Again, having to hustle for one. Again, if that hits, it's out, but taking these chances, the score is ticking. At 4 boundaries in that previous over. I mean, you've got to hit one stump. Not easy at all. I was having a bit of a nightmare with the stumps going over. It's not so much the bales blowing off, but it's the stumps actually blowing over. Obviously, in Europe, quite often you have, well, pretty much everywhere you have the artificial pitches, with the exception of, I think, one pitch in Denmark. There's a couple in Spain. There's a few in the Netherlands, and then apart from that, not too many that have the holes for the stumps. And even those ones, not necessarily that easy to deal with. Kuenberg again hits one that might have been wide again. Chance. They would have been out, but once again, they'll get away with it. Is that lack of hesitation? I'd see the bowler get right up to the stumps here. No, won't get a metre back, but can take it, maybe still affect the run out. Kuenberg to 29 of just 20, but far and away the best strike rate we've seen from anyone in this game. That'll be a wide. Yeah, let's look at the wide. Not a stat I really want to highlight too much, but 39 extras. I'm just talking about wides and no balls, right? 39 extras in 20 overs. Let's call it 2 and over in the first innings. At the moment, it's more like 3 and over. And leg sides be another wide. I don't think there's any bad on this. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Yeah, it'll be 2 for 3 again. So I mean, now that's kind of 24. And we're not quite at the end of the 8th over. So those extra, even if it stays at that average, it's an extra 20 runs per innings in what's a reasonably low scoring game. Here's a nice man to see in the chat, Asfin Lakaraju. Hi Asfin, hopefully you're well. And yes, you should be very, very proud. An historic day for Swiss cricket with women playing their first ever T20I. Hopch fizz. Hi Asfin. Tell you who's looking very good at the moment. Kuenberg is got to be odds on for player of the match. That's one aspect you could say. I mean, Meghna Rajan also would have a bit of a case, I think, for her 3 for 6, including a maiden in the first innings. They can battle it out. Don't think they'll mind. They just want to be on the winning side. 32 runs away. Walks at this again. That confidence that, yeah, we're hitting and it's a run. And they've pushed the field back as well a little bit, so that those runs are actually easy to get. It'll be the end of the over, so it's 69 for 2 after 8. So pretty productive first 8 overs for Switzerland. And Kuenberg, again, what you do with the balls that you face. 30 off 21 at a strike rate of 143. Which is the only player to break a run of ball in this game. In fact, the next best. As we'll see this one, on hit and run again, another opportunity. They're not able to convert it. These calculated risks working out for Switzerland. Yeah, so she's striking 143. The next best was actually Redker in the first innings with her 41, but she was striking at 68. Kuenberg's been a kind of head and shoulders above the rest kind of player. Yeah, she gets one a bit short. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle. And apologies for this angle at the moment. I think we've had an issue with the main camera blowing over. So we'll give you the main camera once we got it back up. Well done to all the crew at 2 circles once again. Yeah, I've got Alex in my ear saying, this wind's really testing us. Oh, I know, Alex. The saving grace is maybe this game won't go the journey the way things are going. And good footwork by Rajan. Hasn't had too much to the strike so far. Hasn't had to. Been pretty good at kind of turning it over. Francisca's got the hot hand. The longer she's batted, the better she's looked as well, Kuenberg. Forcing the field back as well. He's going to get 2 there, so Switzerland off to the races here. And for Belgium, looks like they're staring down the barrel of 0-8 lifetime, although we'll say this is their first game in over a year in a T20IW match. We'll start from Yanamandra, who's back. Powerful blast down the ground. Good fielding, actually. Throws from the lying down position, at least gets her heading back towards the centre. But yeah, it's amazing. It's such a momentum game, isn't it? With getting that score ticking versus it not ticking. but creating those scoring opportunities. And look, she might have been run out 6 times in this innings, Kuenberg, but she's still there. They've been calculated risks. It's probably more of a risk if you hesitate and you end up with 2 at one end. And Amandro in these breezy conditions has struggled sometimes with the extras. Yeah, but KO, you're absolutely right. Busy was the word I used. You know, they want to be busy. They have been really busy. And plus, it's funny how you take the 1, suddenly the 4s start to come. And well struck this time into the gap. Should be a couple here. Rajan, also a pretty good player as well, doesn't she? So let's just say it keeps going. Let's say that Kuenberg finishes in the 40s, not out, and they win. End of the 9th over, 78 for 2. Such a tough one. Who's your player of the match? Maybe it depends how many Rajan gets here. Rajan, just repeat her figures. 3 for 6, including a maiden. And she was kind of head and shoulders better than any other bowler in the game, the same way that Kuenberg's head and shoulders better than any other batter in the game. Having said that, one of Rajan's wickets was when Lister stepped on her stumps, which really had nothing to do with what Rajan did. But still, let's say you take that one away and say 2 for 6 off 4. Still pretty good. I'll let the officials work it out. Well, like I said, that's an internal thing. I don't think Switzerland are too bothered at all. They're very, very happy where they're at. Just 2 and over required. Only a big collapse. Yeah, they'd have to be bowled out pretty much, I think. They have to lose 8 for 20 from here to mess this up.
Yeah, look at this perfect.
Arusa Ilahi's back for over number 10. Pretty well hit by Kuenberg. Again, shows she can go both sides of the wicket. It's well fielded out there by Shirin Diaz. Yeah, Rajan is in the chat. Rajan Tambahali saying heartening to see the Swiss women making a remarkable debut in international cricket. I said it better myself. Continuing. It's kind of death by 1,000 cuts at the moment, isn't it? For Belgium. Just the tick, tick, tick. And suddenly you expect to get a run every ball. Whereas in the Belgian innings, sometimes if the bowlers bowled well, it wasn't really clear where the next run was coming from. And now a good strike once again from Kuenberg. We'll bring another single. So I will say, you know, obviously Kuenberg's hitting the ball very well as well. Take nothing away from that. But it's more these ones that are kind of similar hits to what we saw from Belgium in the first innings that weren't run on. And also there wasn't that expectation. There wasn't really that backing up necessarily. I do think that Redker did it pretty well towards the end of the innings in particular. But just it seems so easy at the moment, doesn't it? Rajan will come back for another 2 here. Despite a decent throw, makes it fairly easily. And even if you do lose wickets along the way, as long as you bat the 20, it doesn't really matter. You just need to be scoring at a good rate. And we saw that. I mean, Vidnod would be disappointed to get out the way she did. LBW to a full toss. But it's just brought Rajan, who's going at a very acceptable pace. You can get a runner ball. You're fine, I think. You're chasing this kind of a target. And even, just, as I said, turning that strike back over to Kuenberg, who's up and motoring 36, her first ever T20IW. They might have to find a few bigger rocks for the stumps to stop them blowing over. It's not like you can even remove the bales, because the actual stumps that are blowing over. Too short. Again, there's this expectation that it'll be hit and there'll be a run. And that's just been so good as the stumps blow over. Oh, keeping, you got so much to worry about. This isn't one of the things you want to worry about. Is when you take the ball, how are you gonna make a run out when you ain't got no stumps left? Brandon's had it as well, the umpire, coming up saying, give us a break here. Hey, look who's in the chat, Anton Kritzinger. Hello, Anton. Buenos dias, ¿cómo estás? From Barcelona International. Hello to a carnival of sorts as well, saying impressive stuff from the Swiss girls. Look like they belong at a high level already. Good bowling, good batting, as always. The flag is a big plus. That is always a joke that you hear about the Swiss flag. It's a big plus. It is. Although we'll say the shape of our flag, not quite the correct shape. Because the Swiss flag's a square. It's quite unusual. Kuenberg pulls to leg. Another run. Yes, that'll take us to the end of the 10th over. Amazing. A dominant performance, I suppose, from Kuenberg. Look, she could have been run out without scoring, without facing a ball. She wasn't, so that's a good thing. But sliding doors moment, though. A reminder, you can get in touch with us at European Cricket, and that we will inform you, hopefully today, what the plan is for Romania with all matches there being cancelled today. There were meant to be 10 matches today. I know there's meant to be 10 matches tomorrow, but I know an effort will be made to reschedule as many matches as possible, just, again, for the fairness of the competition, so everyone plays each other the right amount of times. So stay tuned at European Cricket. But what a good performance from Switzerland. And Belgium, they've tried hard. I mean, they haven't disgraced themselves, no doubt. They've still got 3 more matches to make an impression. It's going to be a fascinating series. Yeah, and speaking of belonging at a higher level, these two teams, I'm sure, would have aspirations if they can continue to level up their cricket of being part of our ECCW, which is a T10 competition. It's the Euros of cricket. These are the countries involved. Now, at the moment, Belgium aren't there and Switzerland aren't there. But I know that we would love to extend the invitation to even more European countries to be involved in the Euros of women's cricket, which will take place in December. In fact, it's our last tournament of season 2025, we think, at this stage, finishing on the 20th of December. It's a great way to finish the season. We've really, really loved the 2 editions we've had. And we've gone from 1 to then 2 and now 3 divisions. I know there's some talk about a 4th division, or maybe we can add a team to each division. We'll see. But I do think that what we're seeing here shows the potential for more nations to be involved. Kuenberg, 37. I think it'd be pretty tough for her to make her 50, but not impossible. Just hit 3 6s and do it. That'd be one way. 2 6s and a 1. Wonder if we'll get a Maximo in this T20IW series. Kuenberg looks like a likely candidate. Our last chance saloon, really. Canaria comes on. Oh, great ball first up. It's an interesting one to see for height. Yeah, it's going to be called. I think it was too high. It was coming down, but just not quite in time, I think. Yeah, good decision. Umpires have been pretty good, I've got to say. Not necessarily easy first game of the series. A lot of unknowns. Yeah, the world realigns because Kuenberg stole a free hit off Rajan before. Now Rajan steals one back. Let's see if she can get going. He walks out and finds it on the full. Pretty good shot. In fact, that will be 4. It just shows you what's possible when you've got no fear at all. as Meghna Rajan becomes only the third player in the game to strike a boundary. It's all about the footwork there. Didn't have any concerns about being stumped. Knew she couldn't be. And you can learn a few lessons, I think, from how you go on free hits. I'm not saying you have to treat every ball like a free hit, but it shows you when you commit to a plan that it can work out. Just 10 to win now. Should do this very easily. What a fantastic performance from the Swiss in away territory. Too short this time. Instead of pulling, she decides just to work it again. It's the kind of shot that wouldn't have been a run in the first innings. And look, one thing for the Belgians, at least they can go back, maybe not in the reasonably short break we've got between games here, about an hour or so, but they can go back and they can analyse the videotape tonight. Their coaches, their coaching staff can do that. They can do that. See what they did well, what they didn't. Nice little turn around the corner. Kuhnberg's just grown into this innings, hasn't she? Well fielded. But she has very much done the little things right in this innings. Kuhnberg. Again, busy kind of batting. Again, this never was a run in the first innings. And that's the other thing. Belgium can look back and say, okay, what did our opposition do well that we didn't? The running is an obvious one. Confidence breeds confidence. I love Helix asking about the umpiring and the unknowns. He said, is that the known unknowns? I'm not even going to go there. What I know, though, it looks like we're in for an early lunch here. 6 to win now. Gets it on the full. Hitting with confidence. Score continues to tick. It says a couple of things as well. I mean, this afternoon might be completely different, but you've got pretty strong, confident top order for Switzerland. You've got to crack them. If you don't, it's going to be hard to win. Admittedly, for Belgium, they probably never looked to find as many runs as the Swiss have managed. Anyway, it's the end of the 11th over, and the score is 95 for 2. Just a bit of a note on the time about the next game. It should start on time, which is 2:15 local, which is 5:45 in India. It's noon GMT. I know we had a late start to this game because of some of the rain around this morning. We actually had an interruption to this game earlier on with interruption after 1.2 overs, but they didn't shorten the game, although the game will be shortened, I think, because of this chase by Switzerland. Looks like they'll do it with about 8 overs to spare. So you can see there on your screen their next match beginning at 2:15 Central European time, which is 5:15 in India. Right. This could be the last over. The way things are going, Arusa Ilahi to bowl it. Can she keep this game alive? Was it straight off the bat? I'd love to see this again. My eyes, I had a pretty good sleep last night. I felt this was off the bat, but maybe I am seeing things. Let's have a look on the replay. Let's see it side on as well. It'd be good, actually. Let's have a look. No, it's off the pad. I think it's a fair enough decision, actually. Yeah, I take back everything I said. That might be an interesting one to see again, actually, from side on. Just to slow it down, we can have a look at the height. But Kuhnberg, I mean, she deserves all the plaudits. 40 off 31. Had me questioning my senses there, but well done to Ilahi, who will take the big wicket. Just nips back a bit. Looks like she had it covered, but bat didn't come back, get there in time. I don't think it's going over. I think it's a good decision. Yeah, you can clearly see it's just above the knee roll. But I mean, maybe not a bad thing for the team because it means that Srinivasan, who did a great job keeping for Switzerland. She'll get an opportunity with the bat, with just 5 required to win. Well done to Ilahi, though. So, yeah, at least she gets an opportunity to have a hit. I imagine they'd stick with a similar top order combination later in the day, Switzerland. I suppose then the question becomes, you know, for Belgium, do they stick with the opening combination the way they did, or they put Redker up to open, or they leave her at 3? Some decisions will be made. Probably see 1 or 2 changes for each team as well. Again, I love that from Rajan on strikers then. She's backing up. She wants that run. Takes pressure off the new batter. Srinivasan is off the marker in a T20IW. And I like this. Not bold, by the way. But maybe instead of the Mdina Cup, we should be calling this the Chocolate Maker Derby. Yes, Monty, they do great chocolate in Belgium and they do great chocolate in Switzerland. You are absolutely right. Down the ground, handled cleanly. Again, the run is completed. So just 2 to win now. Doesn't quite carry. Does well to kind of keep it in front of her there.
Yes, let's go.
This will tie the scores. We'll get to another over. As Ilahi does well, you know, certainly did what she could to stop the scoring. She finishes 2 for 20 off 4.
Over 7.
But scores are tied after 12 overs. It's 99 for 3. And Arusa Ilahi comes only the second multiple wicket taker in the game. 2 for 20. And that breakout over, the 7th over, went for 23. Again, if you were to keep that to, let's say, 15 less, maybe it'd have a bit more of a contest here. And that will be the winning run. It'll be Ananya Srinivasan that will bring up a big moment for Team Switzerland. They hop schwizz to their first ever victory in their first ever T20I women's match. And a brilliant team effort, really, for Belgium. Well, back to the drawing board for them. I'll say they're just trying to keep the celebrations under control. Still a couple of things to take care of, most notably this afternoon's match and also the 2 tomorrow. They go 1-0 up in this 4-match series. I think you can enjoy yourself a little bit then. I know they would have worked very hard for that moment, for that opportunity. There's Millie Holmes. I mean, what a highlight from her with her one-handed catch earlier in the game. Still my play of the game. But I think for me, you know, you'd have to make a choice between Kuenberg, who made 40 off 31, or perhaps Meghna Rajan, 3 for 6, including a maiden off her 4 overs. Plus, I'll say Rajan was a pretty good ally with the bat, run a ball 17. Maybe that just tips it for me in the end, but I don't think that Team Switzerland will be too worried at all. As it's all smiles. Belgium, they'll have the right to reply it this afternoon. As that next game will start. Actually, it's been changed from there. It's actually 45 minutes earlier. So it will be 2:15. So don't be fooled by that one. It will be in around about 50 minutes time. We'll be back starting with the first ball. In 55, let's go back and look at the highlights then. As we see the big moment, and it actually was bigger than we would have ever realized. As the run out and backing up was attempted, it was asked for, and then the appeal was retracted. Neri had a change of heart, but it would change this game irrevocably. As Kuenberg will go on to steer her side to a successful chase. Apart from that, we saw Pickard get bowled by a good one from Ilahi. We saw Vidal play across a straight one and get LBW. And this partnership really took the game away from Belgium with Kuenberg. Just very proactive. I like the way she struck the ball. I like the way she was wanting to run. She was looking to run and got a good ally in Rajan, who did much the same thing. And I think the other thing was that Belgium lost the battle of the extras as well. I think that they kind of pound for pound delivered a few too many. That's a great shot, a free hit. And one of the shots of the day, in fact, from Rajan. That was her only boundary in her run of ball 17. But it just, you expected runs. That was out, even though I thought maybe it came off the bat. Don't think it did. A good decision from the umpire. So Ilahi with her second wicket was all in vain as Srinivasan came out and tapped the winning run. Bring up the 100 and the first ever win for Switzerland in a T20 international women's match. Proud moment, I'm sure, for everyone back in Switzerland. But, I mean, Belgian supporters, they can be very proud of their team as well. I mean, first time in over a year playing in a T20IW. Certainly not disgraced by any means, but they will have to improve if they're to compete in the rest of the series. 40 off 31 for Kuenberg, including 5 boundaries. Struck it well, ran well. Also was really at the mercy of the fielding team after she was out of her ground before the bowler delivered in the first over. 17 and a run of ball for Rajan, I thought, was a good knock as well. Happy to play second fiddle, was busy. Again, did all those little things right. They look well drilled, this Swiss lineup. They seemed a bit fearless with their running as well. Kuenberg might have been run out 6 times, but she never was. That's the thing. They were quarter chances at best. Ilahi, the multiple wicket taker for the Belgians. Best of the bowlers for me, 2 for 20. Atia Diwanali also took a wicket in there, 1 for 18. But yeah, the 1 over from Gore just went off the rails, didn't it? And pretty much a quarter of the runs came up in that over. But really, wasn't a lot to do with the extras, more to do with the boundaries that Kuenberg was able to strike. That broke the game wide open. So we'll take a break, just repeating that the next game won't be at the time you just saw on the graphic. It'll actually be 2:15 European time, 12:15 GMT. It's 5:45 in India. For now, Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maxim. I hope you enjoy your lunch. This is the only cricket you'll see on ECN today because of that rain in Romania. But we will be back with match 2, toss news, coming in around about 20 minutes time as well. Watch out for it on the screen and also on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Hope you're enjoying your day. Back with more cricket when we return to Belgium for more ECN Mdina Cup T20IW.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Belgium for Game 2. It's opening day of the Mdina Cup, starting with the women, of course, today and tomorrow. This is a 4-match series between the hosts Belgium and Switzerland, who are playing their first ever T20 internationals in the women's game. And Belgium still without a win in any T20 internationals. That includes this morning where they went down with around about 8 overs to spare to Switzerland. Some changes there for both teams, with Shbana Ilahi coming in to the Belgian lineup. For Switzerland, they bring in Ramya as well as Jackie Edmiston and Nina Saju. So, yeah, plenty of players to keep an eye on there. Got to say, I was really impressed with Kuenberg. Had a bit of a let-off early in the second innings, but came back very well. She was the player of the match, but Meghna Rajan had a pretty good case as well. Her all-round performance, 17 on out and 3 wickets in Game 1. So, you can see how quickly things turn around on the face of that first game. Switzerland now are pretty heavy favourites. They were only 40% before the first ball of the first game. Obviously, they've impressed the supercomputer pretty significantly there. Yeah, for Belgium, Trip Tagore misses out. And, her bowling over went a little bit off the rails. For Switzerland, they leave out Vinod as well as Meti Fernandez and Kota, so that Saju Edmiston and Ramya Puneka Krishnamurthy can come into the side. Vinny Sandhu, who missed a maximo for ECN, and quite unusually, this is the only cricket you'll get today on ECN, with all the T10s being washed out in Romania for a 3rd consecutive day. Disappointing, I know. I'm waiting for any update there, and we can expect probably to have a bit of a plan, hopefully by the end of this game, to tell you what will happen tomorrow. So, news from the toss is that Belgium won the toss and elected to bat. Now, I've got to say that did surprise me slightly. I thought maybe they would have benefited from knowing what they would have to chase, because one of their issues in the first innings, maybe they're a bit directionless at times. I mean, you've got to say that Vera Redka batted really well in the number 3 position, kind of carried that innings, really. I just felt maybe it would have been a good toss to put in Switzerland, at least know what you're dealing with. Anyway, shake, rattle and roll. Here we go in match number 2. It's going to start with an up and under job from Smriti Kanaria. They want to come for 2. They will get 2. I suppose one thing you would say in the first game is that these two never really got going. They do stick with the same opening combination. I suppose that makes sense. Maybe you don't rush to make changes. Both these two found it quite tough going. We'll say that Canaria went to a ridiculous catch in that part of the field, actually. Good comeback. The Volker once again opening the bowling for Switzerland. Also, Srinivasan behind the stumps has been an absolute weapon for Switzerland, I think. Still pretty breezy, as you can see right now. Action short, Canaria pulls across it. I think they would have learnt a lot just from seeing how Switzerland went about their batting innings in the first innings as well, in the first match as well. Here's Lister, got out in a pretty unusual way Just played the ball behind point and stepped on his stumps. Be pretty careful to make sure that doesn't happen again. Will be wide, and that's actually something that Switzerland did very well, especially early in their first match. Just not giving too many away. Kind of lost a little bit in the second half, but on the whole, they bowled a lot less extras. Oh, in the air, uppish. I like that tight cover. Bowler was there as well. We spoiled each other, but never carried to either of them. Not in control of that shot, not really keeping it down. Rosemary Lister. Around the corner, over top edge. They don't run here. That's probably one thing. I'm not saying there is a run there, but something that I think Belgium will have to do better is their running. They're backing up. I suppose they're understanding. It's not something that comes that easily. For all the training you do, especially when you're starting out in the game, of course, we've got all different levels of experience here in the game that we're watching. It's going to be a wide again down the leg side. But, you know, running between the wickets, one of those things, only really match practice can help you. So you can practice hitting the ball you like and do a lot of kind of batting and bowling drills, but there's certain things you only just learn when you play. To be hitting down the leg side, but a little bit closer to the mark. That'll be the end of the first over. Then DeBolka goes for 5. That's what we seemed to think was a pass score. I still think it might be. I know that they passed it easily in the end, Switzerland, but if they had lost a couple more wickets, I think that 100 would have been a lot more competitive. But Canary and Lister will be hoping to get off to a good start. I mean, Lister, before she stepped on her stumps in the first game, she was 5 off 21. Just showed you she had a lot of difficulty getting off strike. And once again, that's what the Swiss did pretty well. By taking those singles, they got the striker to the other end. They could breathe. They could relax a bit. They just seemed to be able to bat well as a partnership, as a pair. Well, Kareem, good to see you. I'm going to check out what you said. Here's Rajan. With their off spin. She was brilliant in that first game. 3 for 6, including a maiden. And there's a bit of a superstar as well, Millie Holmes. Hand of Goddess incident where she just took an unbelievable one-hand blinder. Outside the line, still well bowled, well pitched by Rajan. I'm sure all of the players are better for the run as well. A bit less nervous this time around. Bowl once again, zeroing in on those stumps. Rajan's not going to bowl you too many bad balls. Seeing some pictures. Kareem sent through what looks like an actual video of what they're doing on the ground in Romania to try and get it ready to have some play tomorrow. It would be a miracle if they did. Just looking at what I'm seeing. Good one side of the wicket bowling at the moment. Again, a bit of flight this time. This time they will get off for just a single, but I like the non-striking there. I like the way that Lister was backing up. She was ready to go. Made plenty of meterage before the ball even got to her partner. That'll be the end of the over. And just that one single off. It's a very tight over once again from Rajan. And Belgium 6 without loss after 2. Early days. It's a 4-match series though. Imagine if it's 2-2, it goes to net run rate. I suppose that's the only way you can do it, unless you want to share the trophy. They might do that as well. Not quite sure. But yeah, 4 matches in this series. 2 today and 2 tomorrow. Same times and each day as well. So 10 local and 2:15 local. Now we're running right on time now, which is good. Too short. Pulled away and dropped. Oh, it's Natalie St. Cyr Clark. Really, she'll be disappointed that that doesn't stick. Came in with a kind of risky business knee slide. Have a look on the replay. But couldn't quite get it to stick. Too many moving parts there. Lucky break for Canaria. Dropped on 4. Good come back from Debolka. Still rocking the sunnies. Hello to all our viewers as well. Nice to see you back here. Hello to David Swan. Yes, we've been following Tina in Italy. I know, talking about Tina Goff, of course, my co-commentator, is playing for Germany in the World Cup qualifiers this week, Division 2. This is the kind of length that we saw some of the Swiss bats able to get across and whack through the leg side rather than just play it with a straight bat. It's short enough to have a look at, I think, but you got to get your weight going the other way rather than backing away outside the leg stump. Get across, get a swing on it, try and get something going. This is probably a bit fuller, probably is there to work, and that's what Lister does. There's Millie Holmes, took that brilliant catch. Didn't get a bat though earlier, it wasn't required. Millie in the second innings. It's a tight one, but will be called. What do you think about this one? It probably was. I think it's a bit away off the pitch. Canaria keeps that one out. This is where the Swiss kind of got on top early and not giving away too many extras and just making it pretty tough to score for these Belgian openers. Again, you see, just looking to defend. It's the thing, if you're not going to get a run there, you might as well just leave it alone. All you might do is nick it. But it will be the end of the third over, and Belgium keeping it very tight. Being kept very tight, I should say. But the Swiss at the moment is 9 without loss after 3. See, pretty grey today, although we haven't had our moments of blue sky. It's around about 18 degrees. Rajan comes back. We saw a bowler 4 out, and it seemed to be the right move. Maybe, it depends how it goes, but maybe you would consider holding a 1 back just because when they did lose it slightly, only slightly, I'd say, with the kind of 4th, 5th, 6th bowlers. Great bowling, and it's probably the first ball to get past Srinivasan today. It's just perfect length. It spins through the gate, bounces over the stumps, just beats the batter, beats the keeper with that turn, genuine turn. Meghna Rajan. That was the wicket ball that we saw earlier on as well. Went through Yinamandra. Rajan, it's just giving away that 1 single, and that's it so far. Yeah, strike rates. Kuenberg, the only player in the first game to strike better than a runner ball, though Rajan ended up at exactly a runner ball. Better shot, gets a bit of a swing on this, goes with the movement. Nice fielding by Nat, but not in time. They'll get a run. Again, that's all they've had this over so far. In the first innings, a bit of an issue with not scoring quick enough. Even Edgar, who was there for a while, Ended up below 7. But the strikeouts are the other batters. 50, 33, 27, 23. So yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, everyone knows their game the best, I suppose, but at this level, sometimes you are still learning. It's one thing to use up a lot of balls, but then you need to kind of make something out of what's left. Otherwise, it's kind of just eating up time. And looking for a run here. Won't go for it. So again, just a single off the over of Rajan. Giving him very little at the moment in Belgium. 11 without loss after 4. Have a look at the worm. The worm is pretty close to the ground. I suppose that's where worms live. And 2.75 and over. Having said that, I think you've got to give credit to Switzerland and the fact that they have kept it very tight. Just giving away 3 wides in that first 4 over period, so less than 1 and over. Change of bowling. Change a lot for the Belgians, as we will have a wide to start the over. Here's Metagoda, the captain, coming on. So we just got a little bit of the rain coming back. What is it about rain early in the first innings? We saw a bit of a delay. Thankfully, we went back and completed a whole game earlier. We'll flick away this time. And that's nice. That's a good run from Lister. That's better. She backed up. She's looking for it. I think they must have had a chat about it. Hopefully, like the rain that took us off before. Hopefully it's passing. It does seem a lot lighter. Can't quite find the radar so far. Interesting, this time they decided to bring her on after Dabolka bowled the 2. Last time Dabolka bowled 3, save 1 for the end. It's a little habit she's got. Just a little one. Lister looking to dab, but at best she's getting 1 there. At worst, 0, and at very worst, out. It's more to do with her body weight going away from the ball. I'd love to see her work on maybe against the short ball, getting well back and across, getting a decent swing on it. Maybe even his to leg side. There's a little dabble that'll work this time for her. That's the best case. She gets the 1. It's very tough. Again, when you're put in these situations, not comfortable. I mean, you know probably the risks of getting out. You don't want your team to completely fold. Lift it up and just over the top. Well, that would have been an amazing catch. It's pretty close to the boundary in the end. And that trying to make up for the drop catch earlier with a contender for player of the day. That would have been right up there with Millie Holmes's effort in the first game. Oh, it's actually way closer than I thought it would be. Go to just be disappointed. Second game blues maybe. Seems to just be putting it there, not really keeping the strength through the delivery. There's a few questions in the chat. Keep them coming. ECN European Cricket Network. Always appreciate them. So yeah, one thing was about the World Cup qualifiers. Now they're not streamed on ECN. I'm not privy to all the discussions, but no, ICC have a partner they stream with. We would have loved to have been involved, but we were never asked. They just renewed the contract without asking. I think the contract ran out. They just said, "Oh, you want to do it for another year?" Nameless company. It's hit pretty well. It's straight to the fielder though, and it could have a run out. We will. So there's the first wicket. And poor Lister, I mean, she tries to do the right thing here. She's backing up, but it was just such a clean piece of fielding. And the Swiss have done the basics well today. Have a look at it on the replay. It's a bounce through to the bowler. Metagoda got back. Just goes on the strength of the hit. We'll see it's from the main camera. At first, it was a very, very good pickup. And equally well done from Metagoda. The Lister goes on the strength of the hit and takes a wild look at her partner, who was never running. So Lister run out for 2. Let's see if anyone else can move the needle, but you've got to give credit to the fielder. That was an excellently executed piece of work. It's on one bounce, clean as a whistle, and you could see Canary was never going. Beautifully worked by Switzerland. That's the first wicket down, 18 for 1. Yeah, so I still think next year, I think the contract's up again. I mean, I can't speak for all of ECN, but I know it would be great if it was integrated and it was all available on the European Cricket Network. Because you speak to the players that are playing in these series that it should be done. I mean, they have more resources than we do, but they just don't quite know, I think, how to put them in a way that the end result. And if it's not on ECN, I mean, I just want the best for the players and the best for the spectators that they want to watch and want to have the best viewing experience. That'll be the end of the over, by the way. So it's 18 for 1 after 5. Well, this is what's coming up on ECN, though. Hopefully some play in Romania tomorrow. It's a work in progress there. We've got today and tomorrow women's Mdina Cup and then men's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday's just the final. 3 matches today, actually. It'll be a couple of long days. Friday, Saturday, with Belgium being joined by 2 touring teams. Portugal and Malta. The bowl once again. Rajan does get a 3rd over here. It's just red card. Maybe not a bad thing for her to come out at this stage. I mean, I think we saw that Lister was struggling to get too much going. So maybe it's an opportunity rather than a crisis for Belgium. But again, not quite the same intent we saw. There's a bit more fear of getting out, which is natural in cricket. But this innings is sailing by. Going about 3 and over. Another question in the chat. Come to in a moment. Again, just happy to keep it out. Rajan just giving nothing away. He's bowled 1 extra in there, 4 overs in the first game. Pretty impressive. Two, actually, but we'll forgive her for that. 3 for 6, her figures off 4. Oh, well, she's sure there's something there. I wasn't, but I was also pretty concerned it was going to knock over the off bail. Check this out in the replay. Even went back for a second shout. Rajan, perfect spinner. How did that miss? Ho, ho, ho. You know when you got the 2-breathed appeal that the bowler means business. Pop up. Redcat trying to get settled here. Yeah, so my vlog's asking, hi Vinny, what's your position at ECN? I am interested to know. Second question, all in caps. I'll forgive you for that. Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. Right, it's hit pretty well down the ground. Redcat. He's going to get 4. There's the first boundary. Badly needed. But it comes. Again, Redcat is able to find the boundary. She's the only batter that has actually found the boundary so far to date for Belgium. And it'll take us to the end of the over. So it's 22 for 1 off 6. Yeah, I think Belgium, they're going to have to put their thinking caps on tonight, work out exactly what their top 3 should look like. Listed today, 7 off 33, I think, combined. Yeah, so my position at ECN, I'm the head of TV, but also obviously one huge part of my role is leading the commentary team, which is something that I absolutely love doing. Also sit in a couple of committees, including the technical committee, which kind of votes on if we're ever going to make changes in interpretations or formats or things like that. Metagoda, well, didn't have the radar on the first over. Working out the same way so far in the second. So 5th wide. So out of 11 balls delivered, only 6 have been legal. It's better, but also a better hit from Canaria. Can she get going? She'll get 2 here. There will. Yeah, Liz Fulton just mentioning with the run out. Yeah, Kosane combo. It was Samiha Debolka to Danashi Metagoda. Well done to both those fielders. Very clean from both. Maybe a little bit high here. It seems fairly short from Metagoda. Hello to Khalid Amadi. Suppose we'll see you later in the week, Khalid. The smiling assassin. Good to see you in the chat. Supporting the Belgian girls, no doubt. It goes offside this time. Oh, it's a very good pickup. Now they're going to fire. Missed the keeper. It's a very good piece of work. Canaria went thinking she'd beaten the field. Redcar had other ideas. But this is an excellent piece of fielding. That's that tight cover. It's such an important position. It's Rajan. She's seemingly everywhere. Good length fat, drawing forward. Well, Wayne said that my role as ECN babysitter, thick talking about the fact that I have to look after Corey. Well, Corey, let's just say he's gone to summer camp at the moment. Also, I love that my vlogs just accepted that at face value. A little bit short. It's well pulled away, though. That'll run away for 4. And that's what I'm talking about. That little bit of intent to get across, get a swing on those shortish balls. And Canaria hits her first boundary of the tournament. About time, she'd be saying as well. Metagoda, probably a little bit disappointed. She hasn't quite gotten it right. Better line, but the length is there to work with. Harsh asking about who's the camera operator for us today. I'm not sure who's up there right now. Maybe someone can tell me, but they all do such a great job. Especially need danger money, I think, in the town today with some of the wind. I will say the rain seems to have stopped, which is good. Once again, takes it on, gets a fair piece of this, Canaria, with back-to-back boundaries. She's growing in confidence with every minute that passes, as well as the Belgians show a bit of fight here. As that over ends up going for 12. Back-to-back boundaries to finish it off, and after 7 overs, it's 34 for 1. See, there's some blue sky trying to break through from behind the clouds. So quite different figures. Let's see if they go back to Rajan here to bowl out, or whether they hold her back. I'll be curious to see. They did take the Volker off 1 over earlier than earlier. Yeah, Khalid, looking forward to seeing him in action And it's a pretty simple program for the 3 teams. They will play 2 matches each on Friday and Saturday in the men's. So that's 3 matches in total per day for the viewers. It's a long day, actually. Actually finishes under lights as well. So Friday and Saturday, 3 matches. And the top 2 teams will play in the Mdina Cup final on Sunday. And it starts at 10 a.m. local, which is 1:30 in India. It's 8 a.m. GMT on Sunday morning. And just the 1 game to finish it off. Well, his players come into the side. Nona Meti Sarju. A pretty good start as well. She'll be a little bit nervous having not played the earlier games. This is her debut. Gosh, I love the Swiss shirts and the cross motif on the sleeves. I wanted to mention that earlier. A little hop, skip and a jump for Nina. Very good bowling so far. Well, as far as starts go, you wouldn't want much better. Dabolka gives her the little double nod, which signifies you're doing a good job. No signs of nerves here from the youngster. A little bit short that time, though. It's in the air. And runs away from the fielder. Has a few issues picking it up. Pickard. It's a fraction short that time from Meti Sarju.
Arī, un
16
arī
years
nav
old,
ierasts
Nina.
Gaisā, un es atslāpstu. Es tagad,
Better length. Much better, even though it's probably full toss.
Tā kā
Borderline Yorker. But
you
you can just see it's a lot more difficult for the bats if you don't give them that length to work with. I'd actually say that length is probably even more important than line. You had to choose one of the 2. Down the leg side. So first one she's lost down there. I want to say hello to Ali Raza, who's saying hello as well in the chat. Acting surprised that Kali Namadi is playing this weekend. Well, Ali, good to see you as well. Very dynamic player, keeper bat for the Belgian men's team. Can they fight their way to 100 plus here, Belgium? They were managed before, more or less. Got to 99. Again, has something to work with this time. Red card up and over the top. Bit of a plonk into the outfield. Seen a 3 yet. Time Redcar will get back for a couple. Yeah, you can definitely see the difference where if Sarju pitches up, it's very difficult for the bats, but if there's length on it, it's more of like a flat bat, like a tennis type swing or a baseball type swing that the batters can get on it, even to hit off the front foot down the ground. If one goes wrong, there'll be no ball, so chance for Redcar. She'll just be hoping to pick up where she left off in that last game. Held the innings together. 41 off 60 she ended up. It's like Helix is off, so yeah, I hope you have a good night. Hopefully we have both locations up and running tomorrow for you, Helix. Good swing on this one as well. Test the outfield. Oh, well, it's a bit of a foot fielding fail from Nat Sincere Clark, and Redcar will take the boundary. Again, it's probably not the most pleasant landing, but I think this is one international level. You're looking to go down with a hand and slap it back. And when you go with the foot, a few things could happen. It could be dangerous, number one. Tries to kick it back in. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're supporting, it goes to the boundary. So second boundary for Vera Redcar in this innings at least, and after 8 overs it's 44 for 1. Bit of an uptick in the worm. That over ends up going for 10. Probably should have gone for 8. I mean, that misfield didn't help. It was a free hit, remember, as well. No, it was particularly relevant because it wasn't a catching opportunity. Gollum saying sometimes the supercomputer often considers one team as the favourite in the first match. It turns out to to not be the favourite from then on in. Yeah, true. But I suppose also reacts, doesn't it? You can see it must have reacted to the first result. There's that short cover. I love that position. I love a short cover. I love a short mid-wicket there. They're catching positions. They're run-saving positions. They stop you even trying for runs. And that's Sincere Clark gets the ball. Pretty well bowled. That'll take a skip off the artificial, and that probably takes it to the boundary. Well, luck's a fortune there for Canaria. If she hits this slightly better, I bet it hits the grass and it slows up a bit. But because it hit that artificial, it just scooted on. Canaria trying to cash in after missing out earlier. She went to that unbelievable one-handed catch. You see there, Pickard down the ground, wasn't able to cut off the angle. Now full toss, hit, but kept in the circle just a single. Look, one positive for Belgium as well. They've hit more boundaries in this innings already than they hit in their entire 20-over innings earlier on in the day. So that's a good side. Building some sort of a partnership here at speed. Now this is short and a bit wide as well. Batting with a bit more confidence. Both these two to settle for a long single this time. But yeah, you go back and obviously, Lister, they like her at the top there, but 2 off 12 put them in a bit of a hole. Now they're batting their way out of it. The 50's up for Belgium as well here in the 9th over. A risky one, sweeps off the stumps but gets away with it. Canary, a sign that she is seeing the ball well. I suppose the supercomputer does its best to estimate things which really you don't know. These two teams have never met. Obviously, Switzerland have never played a T20I. Oh, kind of missed out on that one. Needed to take a little skip step across the ball. She wanted to muscle down the ground as Nats over goes for 7, but she doesn't bowl a wide or a no ball. So that at least those 7 were worked for. Here's the end of 9, and Belgium are 51 for 1. Big hello to Terry Richmond, who's popped into the chat. Hopefully you're well, Terry. Great to see you. Very quaint ground, this one. But it's good quality ground, multi-sport ground. Got good quality lights. Of course, we had the night series here for a couple of weeks, which actually probably started more or less a month ago. Time flies in the ECN universe. Nina gets another over. I like her action. I think it's bounced just on the pitch. Should just be a wide. I think they want to see. Not meant to check. Come on and check. I think you see this definitely bounces just on. Well, played it to the leg side this time. Actually will go all the way. So Canaria is growing in stature by the over at the moment. She moves up to 29 and a run a ball. Maybe what was lacking in the first innings is something from the captain. And shows the importance, though, of creating and taking chances, even half chances. That's how she got out. Holmes had no right to catch her one-handed, but was able. Worked away this time. So yeah, a bit more of a tick to this innings. I mean, you can see already they're up at kind of 120 pace. Jackie Edmiston in the side, just a moment ago. It's good length, but equally well played. There's Jackie, who's after the ball, making her debut. Nice moment for her as well. A few running repairs for Canaria, 30 off 30 now. Too short, well put away. That's going to get past the fielder. Could be our first goal. Canaria. Just pouncing on that mistake. Man, it's a good bowler, but she'd be annoyed. Seems kind of 2 or 3 and over, getting away from it. Raced past Ramya, who's into the side. Right, that's up in the air. Can it be caught? It will be caught. Well done, Millie Holmes this time with the 2 hands. She holds on. Down the ground, Canaria batted so well for 34. Gets out at an inopportune moment as we approach the halfway point of this innings. And it's a first T20 international wicket for Nina Mentisaju. Nice moment for the teenager as the Swiss break through. It's a hop shriz in the 10th over. And the second wicket falls. Both openers gone now. Canaria departs and it's 62 for 2.
Otola boys.
Good innings though. I mean, he got done by a ball that might have just straightened down the line a little bit. But I like the intent there. Does kind of beat the runner ball barrier. 34 off 32. And certainly has set Belgium up for a few more than they had to defend last time. Again, draw the batter forward into an error. Well taken though. It was pretty straight there. Millie gets swamped. Swiss have something to cheer about. Ilahi comes out to bat. Coming off a duck earlier. Harusa Ilahi. We want to get some runs on the board. Pretty confident in defence first up. That's the end of the 10th over. A memorable one for Nina. And Belgium 62 for 2 after 10. And just a reminder, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN as the players will pause to take a break. Just a quick drink. Again, we saw a little bit of rain falling earlier in the innings, but I think for the most part, it looks decent from here on in. And again, waiting for some sort of news from Romania, but I don't have anything at the moment. I would have thought there'd be an option, even though I know they said they split the points for games 1 and 2 before they end up calling the day today. I think we might be heading for 3 days or 4 days now. No, 3 days. 3 days of 5 over games, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The idea was that we were going to go back to 10 over cricket from Friday, but I think losing another day, I'm not so sure that'll be practical, but we'll see. Hey, also, a lot of the Australians will be watching the State of Origin. I know that a lot of Aussie friends in Europe that are mad on the rugby league, New South Wales and Queensland. Well, being from Western Australia, I mean, I don't really have a natural allegiance to either. I know they don't like each other, but yeah, the Victorians, Well, Victorians probably be
don't
more
like the
pro
apple
Queensland than
also,
New South
no,
Wales because Victoria and New South Wales have a natural rivalry. But South Australia and Western Australia, I don't think they care. Tasmania, you tell me, Monty Loose. I got friends from both. I got people I wouldn't class as friends from both New South Wales and Queensland, so not too bothered. And enjoying that catch from Millie. Well, she's 2 out of 3 today, Millie. Probably has caught the hardest one and the second hardest one and dropped the easiest one. That's cricket sometimes. Melahi at the non-strikers end at the moment. Let's do a quick extras check in this innings. Okay, so yeah, 10 wides and a no ball in 10 overs. Not bad. At 1 and over, you can sustain that. I think you're going a long way to helping yourself out. They probably finished at about 2 extras and over. Or 2 extra balls and over, you might call it. In the first match. And Belgium were even worse. They were probably more like 3. Ready to roll then with the second half of the first half of the second game of the first day of this Mdina Cup. Redcut kicks this first one out. Dabolka being brought back. She only bowled 2 earlier. So the captain says right now's the time I think I'm going to come on and try and sneak a wicket in here. Try and remove this batter that's caused us so much hassle today. It's pretty close to doing it. Redcut good enough to keep it out. Nice down the leg side once again. Good keeping from Ananya. Moves very well sideways, anticipates well. I know the sheriff, Charles Croucher, he's been texting me. He's certainly watching the game, I think somewhere in Prague, probably at the Down Under in Czechia. Edge flies past the keeper this time. Not much he could do about that. Won't make it all the way to the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Big deflection. Redka gets a bit of luck, gets 2 runs. Terry mentioning that the State of Origin actually is going to be played in Perth. I know there's plenty of people that do follow it in all these states, but normally they come from other states. Dabolka right on the money. Redka happy just to play it out. I see if Elahi can move the needle this time. Can she be a support? Maybe score a few runs of her own. Good shot. Just going to knock to the leg side. He will get 1 ball. Standing pretty much right in front of the stumps. I think Dabolka, if I was her, I'd be going full and straight and see if you can beat the inside edge. Maybe get an LBW decision. Last ball, the 11th. Loose it down the leg side. That's the natural advantage of the left-hander, I suppose. Forces the bowler to change their line. Tries to go that full and straight, but Elahi's good enough to get some bat on it. So that'll take us to the end of the 11th over. Dabolka just has 1 over up her sleeve personally now. And Belgium, after winning the toss and electing to bat here in match 2, 67 for 2. Keep the chat coming. ECN European Cricket Network, great to have you with us. Probably have your World Cup qualifiers game getting underway as well. Round about now. Best of 4. So if you win 3, you can't be beaten. If you win 2, you can be drawn, I suppose. Whether they would give you the trophy net run rate or whether they'd get you to share it, time will tell. Anyway, here's Naina Meti Sarju coming back. in over number 12. That's exactly where she needs to be. I mean, even from there, you can bring it a bit straighter, but that's the perfect length. Drawing Redka forward into what's probably an uncontrolled stroke. She hits it. That one goes wrong. Goes down the leg side. And Redka gets a good piece of it. Great effort there from the fielder, Kuenberg. There goes the hat, there goes the ball. They come back for two. You can see it just didn't come out right. Release was off from Nina Metisaju. Swings a bit. It's called a wide, but good signs there. Moving the ball off the straight. Again, perfect bowling. Yeah, that's where she needs to be. It's kind of a numbers game. Okay, 6 out of 6 is pretty tough, but can you get kind of 4? Can you get 5 out of 6 and over in that kind of spot? Then you're going to build pressure. Then you're going to get results. And again, very good bowling. Asked the right question. It's been an impressive debut for Sarju. Got a nice rhythmic run to the crease. And again, numbers game. This one will be a no ball. It's a bit of a double whammy because it also means you can't take a wicket with this next ball either. It'll be a free hit coming up. Outswing that basically takes it off the pitch in the first place. Must be a great thrill for all these players to pull on that shirt. Free hit is hit. It almost causes a wicket anyway. Zelahi is sent back just in time. Yeah, also, it's our privilege to be able to cover this tournament and Switzerland have their first game televised on ECN at the T20I level. It's confronting sometimes, obviously, to be held up to that kind of scrutiny, but they've held their own more than that so far. This one probably was going to be a wide spoiled. Almost creates a run out again. Throw whistles in. Kahi responding reasonably well. I do think a direct hit would have had her in trouble, though. Will be the end of the 12th over, so 71 for 2 off 12. Still around about that 120 pace. Still think, you know, if you can put that 120 on the board, Switzerland, although they chased the 100 pretty easily, could have been a different story. Yeah, eventual player of the match, Franziska Kuenberg. She was potentially run out backing up in the first over. Her appeal was retracted. It could have been a very different story. Hello to Dr. De Soto as well. None of you are under. Get ready for over number 13. We'll start with a wide down the leg side. There's Devolka. Loses another one against Ilahi. It's a good point about Ilahi's techniques. Very much set up to kind of to paddle, to sweep to the leg side. So I think she'll probably enjoy this angle. Makes it a bit harder to get an LBW as well. I think that one is going to be wide. Yeah, it will be. They've pretty much called everything down leg. That's one that sometimes you'll see umpires say, okay, in her original stance, it might be hitting her. But I do think it's a bit airy-fairy. You don't really know where you stand. Some get called, some don't. Oh, this one doesn't quite carry. He still can't get off the duck. Pitches up. It's probably a better length. Just doesn't get the line right. Debol could be a little bit disappointed. She hasn't been able to be a bit more accurate. He senses there's a real opportunity here against a new batter. Some keeps it out. Big no and bat point from Elahi. Big kind of 7.5 overs coming up, really. In the air and taken. Debol. She's able to send Elahi back for repair. Had to raffle it, really. But the captain said, no, you can have that one. Miha cleaning up her own work, and it will be the end of Elahi for 0. The score 74 for 3. A build up of pressure, really. 3 wides in this over, but no run off the bat. Again, probably the second time today that Arusa Elahi has been done with a bit of extra bounce. And Samiha Dabolka does the rest. Metagoda's pretty happy about it, the Swiss skipper. Arusa not so happy, unfortunately. A 5-ball 0 for her. See how it ends up hitting more at the top half of the bat. And actually, Rajan, she was on the scene as well pretty quickly. She was ready for a catch, but let's just say Debol was never going to let it get to her. Gets rid of the left-hander as well as Yena Mandra comes to the crease. Keeps this first one out. I suppose the difference this time as well, Meghna Rajan still has one over up her sleeve. Earlier, they bowled her out. It was Rajan that got Yena Mandra with a good out, a good off spin that went through the gate earlier on. It's probably a wide. That one's probably going to be a no ball. An apology from Debol. Interesting, just talking about the supercomputer and how it approaches first games. I mean, it does remarkably well. It does better than anything else I've seen. Still, occasionally will be off, and there'll be a correction. There's no doubt. But you know, when they say your guess is as good as mine, its guess is as good as anybody's. Oh, gee, that could be out. Yeah, it is stumped. And Yena Mandra is going to have to go for a duck as well. Just seemed to have both feet out, and definitely for me, the ball's thrown onto the stumps before the bat comes down. We'll see it on the replay thanks to 2 circles. But Debol comes up with the double strike. Check this out in the replay. Foot's definitely out. Yeah, in fact, it wasn't even that much of a difficult decision. Yeah, excellent umpiring as well, because they don't get the benefit of the slow-mo replay. Don't know whether we've got that in real time. You can see what the umpire sees. And in the end, it's a very good decision. This is what the umpire sees. And was it a free hit? Oh no, what am I missing? Oh yeah, of course it was. It was a free hit. Well, the umpire did meet with the out signal, but yeah, it was the next ball after the no ball. Looks like that did everybody. So Yena Mandra, well, luckily she knows the rules. She won't go for a duck. Debol will have to settle for 1 for 18 off her 4 overs, and the score is 76 for 3. Anyone else get done by that? A no ball free hit. Can't be stumped off a free hit. Can't be run out though. What's the difference? generally speaking, it's if you're attempting a run or not. It's not quite as simple as that, but I think definitely in that circumstance, if it's uninterrupted from the keeper, then it is relevant whether you've taken a run or not. So, funny old over, wasn't it? Dubulka, though. I think she'll be disappointed with the amount of extras she bowled. She bowled 10 extra balls in her 4 overs. You contrast that with earlier on, she only bowled 5, so twice as many. Happy to see this, Jackie Edmiston getting a bowl for Switzerland. She's come into the side, so she's playing her first ever T20 international. Well, Rain's back. It looks like an umpire that wants to get off the field, and he's just pointed and said, right, that's it. The rain has gotten heavy. You can see that on your screen. So I suppose we have a bit of a window to finish the game. So it depends how long this interruption is. It might even be the end of the first innings. It may clear quickly and we can get the Belgian side back out there to finish their innings. But yeah, the rain coming and forcing us off the field for the second time today. Again, it wasn't really in the forecast, but clouds have been hanging around. We had some sunnier periods, sometimes not as sunny. But yeah, the covers will go on. Yeah, disappointing, I think, for all sides. I mean, at least we have had some cricket here. Could see some covers on hand. If it's anything like before, it probably kept us off about 10 minutes and then we're back on. But I'm no meteorologist, so I'm not prepared to make a guess. But I can tell you, as they leave the field, we are looking at the Belgian innings. 77 for 3. 1 ball into the 14th over with a tick under 7 overs to go. Maybe we can go back and have a look at some of the highlights in this innings so far as Belgium win the toss and elect to bat here in match 2, hoping to square the series. Certainly batting a lot better than we saw earlier. They've got a bit more of a platform from which potentially to launch. They've hit 7 boundaries already. It's even more than the 4 they scored in the first match between these two teams. Let's go have a look then at what we've seen so far. Bit of the old crash bang wallop. Sincere Clark put that one down. This was the run out. Funnily enough, it kind of helped Belgium. There's nothing against Listo, is trying her best to keep the score moving. But it did get the in-form Vera red card to the crease after 5 overs. And she's been a bit of a difference maker so far with 20 off 29. That went very, very close to knocking over the bails. It's a very good shot down the ground as well. Got a bit of help off the artificial surface. Well, the sun was out here and things were looking a bit sunnier for the host nation as well. That one screamed past. It was a bit of a breakout innings, wasn't it, from Canaria as well, who missed out in the first game, went to that unbelievable one-handed catch. Sincere Clark, more issues in the field. That was the one that does hop along. And I will say Switzerland probably didn't bowl as well for as long as they did earlier either. I will say Rajan probably once again holds their own. There's 3 overs, none for 6. Didn't bowl a single no-baller or wide. But outside that, I mean, 10 extra balls for Dubulka in 4 overs, 5 extra balls from Mdina in 2 overs, 5 extra balls from Sarju, who comes into the side. That was the goal that we saw. Eventually, Dubulka be brought back a little bit earlier. Before that, Millie Holmes with a good 1 or 2 had to catch that time to go with the one-hander from earlier. Then we had this one, like a steam train coming through to Bog saying, hands off, that's my wicket. And we had a little bit of the confusion raised. There was a free hit, there was a stumping, but it wasn't wasn't out because it was a free hit, and eventually everyone remembered. Good news is, looks like we're going back out there. So it was just a very brief shower, and I don't think we'll lose any overs then. These players have only gone off the field for about 3 to 5 minutes. So, unscheduled drinks break for the players. Glad that we're back on though. And yeah, Edmiston just bowled her first ball in international cricket and got rained off. Now she's going to bowl her second. Fraction short. We caught a wide. Let's do this one from side on actually. Don't want to get all technical. And if that bounces before the stump second time. No, it doesn't. It goes past. But then you're entitled to a free hit. Yanamandra. Looks like she's been there a while. See if she can make something happen. And just moves a little bit wide of that tram line. Edmiston, I like the natural movement she gets on the board, on the ball. Can't quite get the radar right. Probably has to also probably take a run up a little bit wider, just approach a bit more at the batter's body. Then that would work. There you go. That's exactly what she's hoping to do. Hoping to lock on right there. Well, must be a little bit wet now. Again, a bit like the couple we saw early in the over, that one just swinging outside the wide line. Nice to see some other opportunities given, though. Sarju and Edmiston coming into the side and both being given an opportunity with the ball. It's a tough one. Yeah, Jackie thinks so as well. I suppose in T20I cricket, it really depends. This one, for me, more or less over the line. In T10 cricket, might have gotten away with that one, funnily enough. Kind of at the umpire's discretion here. Another one which is wide of the mark. So this is all helping Belgium. Tick along, tick along. Edmiston backed herself into a corner here. Let's see if she can bowl her way out of it. This one is hit pretty much from the tram line. Yanamandra finally get her first run, and it won't just be one, it'll be 4. That was a very nice shot from Shruti. Saw what was coming a few times from Edmiston, didn't she? And she stepped towards. I love the way she got her weight going at this shot. Had the confidence to go over the top of the infield. That one just making the distance. Happy to see her off the mark. Went for 2 off 6 earlier. Well bowled by Edmiston. Against numbers game for her. How many out of 6 can she get right? You'd love 6 out of 6. Probably settle for 5 or even 4. Good length, good line. Does move the ball nicely, doesn't she? Edmiston's got pretty nice action. Bowled. Oh, no hesitation. Oh, hit the batter, but it was definitely on at the bowler's end if they wanted to go that way. He tried to get red cut. Ends up blocking the ball. Didn't do anything wrong here, just ran her line. He hit her in the back. Sorry, not sorry. That's a good ball. I like that over. I hope she gets another. Should be a bit more settled for it. Having said that, we had 6 wides in it, a boundary and 2 singles, and at the end of 14 overs, it's 88 for 3. Diaz got a bat earlier. I thought she was pretty good in a partnership, kind of rebuilding partnership, along with Redcar. Trada Bandari also was there for a fair bit of time. Gupta we saw very, very briefly. 27 extras in 14 overs. Sometimes I go by the amount of extra balls, though. Probably more accurate. We've had 26 extra balls. Just less than 2 and over. Here we go with Nat. Not going too far. Natalie Sincere Clark. She'll be searching for her first T20I wicket. Seems to have been in action a fair bit so far. Ball's following in the field a little bit. Might have been a little bit of bat on that. Otherwise, it could have been a wide. Misses the mark here. They're going to take on the run as well. They'll get there. I'm seeing this from side on, actually. Been given a no ball. Maybe for height, maybe for off the pitch, depending on where it bounces. Yeah, probably a fair enough call. So free hit and Redcar. Certainly played 1 on strike for it. Takes it on, beats the field. Redcar have to settle for a single though. Missing leg, but decent net there. See draws, get him under forward, can't hit the ball. Hello, Linda. Nice to see you in the chat. Very poetic. Very poetic. But yeah, I think the weather has a lot to do with the fact that the bowlers found it tough. Wants to go this time. Get him under at Redcar. Sends her back. Yeah, Terry, I think you're spot on about being timed out as a batter as a mode of dismissal. It can only be done at the start of your innings. I have actually wondered that before. Again, this one's just going to be called a wide. For example, if you went to tee and say, and this probably could happen to me, say I was batting at tee, but I got carried away at tee and I didn't come out to bat, surely it's kind of the same thing. Can you be timed out if your innings is in progress? End of the 15th over. Leave that one with you to ponder. It's 92 for 3, so they seem destined to outscore the 99 they scored in match 1. Just a reminder, we're back tomorrow, same time, same place, with matches 3 and 4 between these two teams, Belgium and Switzerland. That's 8 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 in India. And by definition, it will be still alive in this series. Okay, so I read the timed out law again, and I did think it is possible to be timed out if you've already batted. But in the case where you might have retired hurt, and then you're next in, and then you could get timed out because it's after the fall of the wicket or the retirement of a batter. So you could get timed out for more than 0, though it'd be very rare because timed outs are like once in a decade anyway. To think they both happen at once is pretty unlikely. Rajan's back to bowl out. Big swing to miss first up from Redcar. Time to hit the go button. 7 wickets in hand. 5 overs remaining. But then if there's... It doesn't really cover that much, actually, timed out. It doesn't say anything about, say, after a break. Up in the air. Falls safely. 2's the call. They want it. They're going to take it on. Good throw. Might have been interesting. It was an okay throw. His scramble back for a couple. Good running from Belgium. Yeah, so timed out, for example, doesn't even say anything about, say, if you're opening. You couldn't be timed out opening because it's not after the fall of a wicket or a batter. So you can only be timed out after the fall of a wicket or retirement of a batter. And that's pretty much it. And if there's an extended delay in which nobody comes to the wicket, this is probably what would happen if it was a tea break, then the umpires shall adopt the purposes, the procedure of law 16.3. So they award the match. Basically, that's forfeit. Hey, if you're not going to come back, that's it. We have had one timed out this year. It was in Portugal. Right, up in the air, straight. That's the Millie zone. And this time she puts it down. Can't believe it. Again, probably the 2 easiest ones today she's dropped. It wasn't super easy, but it was easy-ish. But still, you'd rather drop a couple of catches, at least if you've taken a kind of a once-in-a-generation catch as well. It's a good trade-off. Excellent bowling. Mdina finding it hard to do much off her own bat at the moment. Ooh, almost carries. Rajan should go wicketless, but gives away next to nothing. 9 runs coming off her 4 overs. Doesn't give away a single wide or a no ball in her 4 over spell. Outstanding work. That will be the end of her spell. 95 for 3 after 16. I will say, and Adian's saying, yeah, maybe because it's never happened, no one's really thought to make a law. That's kind of true for a lot of things. I will say that timed out wasn't even a mode of dismissal until 1980, the 1980 edition, which I'm going to say is pretty recent. I suppose it's not that recent. It's 45 years ago now. But before then, I guess, yeah, if you didn't send a batter at all, you'd lose the game. Or back in those days, it was a bit more of a pedestrian pace as well, wasn't it? So they'd be like, come on, take as long as you like, hurry up. And there's never really a case of timed out in a test. I know we had the Angelo Matthews incident, which I suppose technically it's correct, but it doesn't feel right, does it? A bit different in the crash and bash of the ECN T10, where it's pretty clear what you have to do. You have 60 seconds. And otherwise, it's an automatic run penalty, no appeal necessary. And then after 90, you can be given out timed out and appeal. That happened twice in ECN history. St. Clark comes back. Good swing on this from Redcar. This is where she does her best work towards the end of the innings. Swings that away to the leg side, finds the gap, finds the boundary, 4 runs. Again, she's played this shot pretty well today. Still think there's certain things she could do to make herself more consistent with that shot. Skip across rather than have the weight going backwards. She'll do well to reach this one. 6 bowlers used in this innings from Switzerland. Hundreds up for Belgium. You can hear the cheer going up around the ground. Mandra edge this time, and Mandra as well. The running has improved somewhat from Belgium. Pulled away. Quick no. Communication certainly has improved quite a lot. I know we had that run out earlier, but again, it was a run out looking to run, wasn't it, when Lister went over committing at the non-strikers end. Yeah, Kroom saying the Angelo Matthews one wasn't an interesting one. It would have been better if he'd actually been hurt, and then that would have been worse. Yeah, I just think it's one of those ones. I suppose it's a harsh one, but I suppose you have an obligation as a new batter to make sure all your equipment's in order before you go out there to bat. So you should try your helmet on. You should pretty much be ready to go. I always like to get my helmet on with 1 wicket to go anyway, just so I can get used to it. No ball by Nat. It's a good kind of area. No hit and run this time. Tight one. It's actually pretty close. What am I saying this from side on? I mean, the instinct is it's out, is it's in, but it's amazing how often these ones are closer than you think. We'll have one more look at that. Have a look. But I've got a freeze on this. Let's have a look. Oh, just in, I think. Looks like that bat's on the ground. Bit of a plonk. Even if you're a frame out, you're unlikely to be given out without the assistance of the technology. Of course, this is a T20I, so according to the ICC, as the regulations stand, not meant to use technology in any way, shape or form to make decisions. And of course, you might say, well, what about the World Cup? That's an ICC tournament. Yeah, but a certain amount of minimum technical specifications to be able to have that process. Would make sense to me. There should be a middle ground. For example, just line decisions should be all right. Better's better than not better. Good finish to the over from Nat Sincere Clark. And at the end of 17, Belgium 105 for 3. You heard the cheer go up for the 100. Of course, the first time they made the 100 in the series. We thought they'd made it. They were 99 and there was a wide call at the end of the first innings, but it was then revoked. So their final score was 99. Another thing that quite often happens at this level is because some of the overs can get long, often they don't keep to time. I'm not quite sure what time is because you had that interruption, but then you're only allowed 3 outfielders. But as you can see right now, I don't think they've even got 1 outfielder. So not much of a deterrent, is it? Everyone, that's everyone. Count them. 11 red shirts. Just another case. I mean, I understand ICC's got to have rules that apply across the board, but I think, yeah, I mean, that's a really good example for the time thing. Doesn't really work at this level. Having said that, they're not deliberately being slow through the overs, are they? Pretty well bowled. Good to see Jackie getting a second over. I called for her to come back. Uh-oh, could be an overthrow here. There will be. Jackie stuck out the left boot. The Rajan's okay there. Not someone you want to see get hurt. She's been a real key player for the Swiss so far. Oh, Boney Maroney there from Jackie Edmiston. Yeah, keep the questions and comments coming. Great to have you with us. Of course, we've got all eyes, all ECN eyes on this game now because of Romania getting washed out. Again, I haven't got any update. I wonder if they'll start at match 1 again tomorrow or not. I mean, it's meant to be 1 to 1 to 10 today, 21 to 20 tomorrow, then back on schedule from Friday. And they'll make some decisions around that later on today or maybe tonight. Ooh, a bold this time. Tight single. I think they get there. It's very good backing up. And that's the thing. So by this stage, you can see, they make that easily. But the thing is, you need to be trying to do that pretty much from the beginning. Have that intent from the very beginning. Don't wait an hour into an innings before you start looking for those runs. It's something that Switzerland did pretty well earlier on. This one goes wrong for Jackie. I have to bowl that one again. And this is one I think I'd love to see it from camera one again, because definitely is off the pitch, the second bounce. But is the second bounce after the stumps or not? And what is the first one off the pitch? No, I'll give that on. Now I'd love to see side on. These are things, these are so technical. I'm anti, it's called a wide in the end, fair enough. I'm anti no ball for off the pitch anyway. Don't like it. You might go, oh, but Vinny, what if it's the edge of the pitch comes back and hits the stumps or whatever, or the batter hits it, then how can it be a wide? Fine, then call it a no ball. But in the 99.9 cases where it's off the pitch and that's all, nothing happens, call it a wide. Because the batter actually wears a dot every time there's a no ball off the pitch, which I don't think they really deserve. It's well bowled from Jackie. Thinking about two. Settle for the one. So Rajan, who's bowled out now. But what a day for her. She finishes with 8 overs. 3 for 15 for the day. Pretty special figures. And he was 2 wides in those 8 overs as well. Early MVP prospect. Actually wasn't even player of the game in the first game because Quinberg ended up getting the votes, but really could have easily been either one of them. I don't think it'll be too upset, as I said. It's a team game. Oh, you got the Angela Matthews effect here. Maybe a bit of a helmet issue. Is it a helmet issue? Maybe something in her eye? A few things that are flying around here at the moment. I know Thomas is excited for Betis playing in the football. Win or lose. This must be so annoying. I wonder if it's a contact lens or... Because sometimes that bothered me. Could potentially retire her with a contact lens. She's just saying, is there anything in my eye? Here comes the water. So it's either there's a bug in the eye or the contacts come out. And if it has, I think maybe you have to make a change. I think that would qualify for retire hurt. It's not something that's really, it's an acceptable reason. Illness, injury, or some other perfectly acceptable reason. I think if you can't continue because your contact lens is out, it's not a strategic thing. I don't know if it is even a contact lens issue. I'm not even sure. She might have perfect vision. Doesn't look like she's going anywhere though. Oh, blow of the nose and ready to go. Almost ready to go. So where could they get to here? I mean, they've already passed the 99 they scored earlier. Belgium, 44%. We're in the Goldilocks zone here. Switzerland, they're going to have to bat well to get this, even if they stop now. 111. Yanamandras, good to go. Get a wide. Can Jackie make a little bit of history for herself, pick up her first wicket? I like that she's getting this opportunity, but only 2 balls left. Again, they go on the hit. Throw comes in, would have been out. Again, definitely time to hit the go button. Would have been out had it hit, no doubt about it. I mean, we kind of saw this with Kuenberg for Switzerland in the previous game. She might have been run out 6 times, but she wasn't. You don't score 100% of the runs, you don't try. Oh, hit back past the bowler. Picked up, could be a chance, will be a chance, and it'll be gone. And Yanamandra is the one who'll have to walk off the field. Redcar kind of knew straight away there's not going to be a run there. It was picked up cleanly. I think that's the Millie zone down the ground. Picked it up, and well done to Jackie as well. Does her job well, gets back to the stumps. So she's involved in her first ever international dismissal. Almost stopped it the first time. You can see Jen just took off as Redcar was trying to say no. A little rub of the hands. I think it's something you learn in the frigid Swiss temperatures. Just warm them up slightly. Yanamandra with a handy little 10 just to keep the score moving in the right direction. You can see here, she actually goes back, which was the right thing to do, but then took off without really checking to see if her partner was coming or not. Looks like she was casting a spell there with a little hand rub. But yeah, much better over there, I think, from Jackie as well. She has none for 20. There's 2 overs remaining. Sharon Diaz comes to the crease. You know what they say in T20 cricket? It all happens in the 19th. It will be Diaz on strike first up. Doesn't have to do too much with this first one. Menegoda coming back. Again, I think she would have been a bit disappointed she didn't get more on target in the 2 overs she's bowled so far. This will be her 3rd and final. So curious to see who they bowl in the last over. Got a couple of different options. I love that. Apology for the batter for getting in the way. But to be honest, keeper should have apologised. Good awareness at least from Diaz to get back in the crease. Yeah, I would have thought maybe Menegoda would have bowled the 18th. Then she has the option of coming out and bowling the 20th and bowling out. But as it is, Sarju still got one. Cynthia Clark still got one. And Edmiston still got 2. So I'll probably go to one of those 3 for the last over. Just go straight to the field. They won't get a run there. Again, do you run on that at this stage? Maybe it's a bit too suicidal. You don't want to sacrifice Redco. Could potentially strike a couple more boundaries before the time's up. That's a good shot. Wow, good throw. Oh, and he got to run it out. Oh, boy. 3 throws missed the mark. Diaz pretty much given up, but she makes it. This will be a replay that we might see a few more times. It was great fielding in the first place to pick it up and just throw quickly. She thinks she's a goner here, Diaz. But look, there's 1, 2, 3, and you're home. Easy as you like. Not that easy, I guess. ECN Classic Switzerland. Welcome to the ECN universe. And have a look at that in the background as well. Oh, Diaz off the mark. Just fine. That was worth the wait, wasn't it? Cricketainment, you still get it. Even in T20I cricket. Swing and a miss. Again, she plays this shot well, but she needs to get outside off and get her head towards the ball and get in a position that then she can kind of unleash that energy on the ball rather than backing away and losing some of it. Again, as you can see, she hits the ball well. To settle for one here. But hey, what did I say earlier? You don't score 100% of the runs. You don't try. Especially at this stage, you've got 6 wickets in hand. Time to be a bit unselfish. How many can you scramble? Can you get up maybe 130 here? 130. Honestly, I think they're favourites at with 130. Oh, bottom edge into the ground. Again, same thing. I know it's not easy. I mean, the footwork is not that instinctive if you haven't played too much cricket. But if you can get across kind of to the right of the screen or towards the right of the screen, then suddenly it becomes a lot of an easier pull. Flirts with it. I think it is a wide though. It just misses the mark. Let's do an extras check. Up to 40 runs in extras now, 40 plus. 38 extra balls. Not quite as good as they were earlier with the extras. That's a good one though from Metagoda. Finishes on a high at least. We'll go wicketless after 19 overs. Belgium, 119 for 4. Yeah, so 38 extra balls. Contrast that to earlier. Oh, 39. Okay. It's actually quite similar. I suppose they did have quite a few towards the end. Definitely started better in the first game. Yeah, I suppose maybe it's been a bit consistent. Maybe also, I'm not factoring in a couple of bowls that didn't bowl in that first game. Edmiston, no, bowled a 12 ball over first up, maybe inflating the figures slightly. All right. Last over. Redcar gives it a real thump, and that could be 4. It will be. Once again, the foot fielding fail. There's actually an amazing bit of contact on foot, and that one might have gone into the back of the net in the corner of the ground. But yeah, hands, people. If you can't find them, they're at the end of your arms, because in cricket, if you try the foot fielding, especially to a ball that's moving, bush. The old shin boner. I think maybe one of the Belgian top football clubs might be on the phone though after that. I mean, that was a brilliant piece of contact. But hey, 4 runs to Redcar. Make that 5 runs up to 124. Says Naina Metisaju to close things out. I think here, right. You can see what the umpire's gesturing. Just, hey, look, once you bowl, if you can, just get off the same side of the pitch you're bowling from. It's sort of a basic thing, but allows the umpire to have a clear field of vision. Pretty good ball, that one. Again, hit and run. I don't think about 2 here. Take it on. Take it on. Go. Yeah, you get there. Got to go for it at this stage. You've got to think strategically. Redcar to 37. Another very good contribution. I suppose this time she scored a lot quicker as well. No need to hesitate here. Just turn and go. If you're out, you're out. It's kind of half stopped. Looked over her shoulder. Gets the strike back. Gotta go again. It's gonna be a tough one to get to. She might be a bit fatigued this time to go for it. But again, love to see them take it on anyway. Nothing against Diaz. She's got 1 run. She had to work really hard for it. Ain't that the truth? Remember how Diaz got out earlier? She got LBW to ball she thought was going to the leg side, but it didn't. So 130's chase is on. I had him as favourites at 130. Belgium, but only slightly. Yeah, good shot that one from Diaz. It's a fair bit of bat on it. This one, why not go again? Hey, turn around. I didn't expect that there was a chance or two there. Okay, maybe you could say, yeah, you want Redcar on strike? Yes and no. I mean, run's a run at this stage, especially if you're playing a shot like that. That was an excellent shot. I suppose the thing is she wasn't really turning looking for it. Hit it better than she thought, maybe. Nice shot by Sharon. So we are talking 130s chase now, 2 to come. Got to run. Yeah, I think this is one you got to try and come back. Yeah, she does. Turn straight. Oh, you got to go. Probably would have been out, having said that. A bit of inexperience. A good throw, you know, probably would have been run out, even though Redcar did turn well that time. She knew she wanted the 2, so it looks like she's headed for another. Actually, it won't be another not out. She was out towards the end earlier. Up for 41. She has 80 runs in the day. Great effort from Vera. Last ball, though. Seatbelts on. Yep. Go, they say. Don't think you'll get more than one here. Despite the keeper fumble. So, well, Belgium, more than serviceable score in the end. 131 for 4. Yeah, look, toss-up is how I would put it. I mean, Switzerland, I know they impressed us with that dream run, but remember how many runs came in 1 over? They had 23 off 1 over. They had, you know, a bit of a let-off, really, when Kuenberg was run out in the first over, was called back. So I think it's a game that both sides would expect to win or would hope to win. I think that's always a really good sign for the contest. So nice to see the sun out as well, despite a brief interruption that took us off for a couple of minutes. But in the end, they get through the 20 overs, and Belgium finish at 131 for 4. Let's go back and look at the highlights then. And we'll say one of the big differences here was that Smriti Canaria, the captain, got up and got going a little bit despite losing Lister. Once again, just found herself struggling to produce runs at the top of the order. Run out for 2 off 12, trying to move the game along. But like I said at the time, might have been a blessing in disguise because Redcar came out there, 39 not out she would finish with. But yeah, she just had that confidence from the earlier runs when she scored 41. She seemed a little bit less scared to get out. That's what it come down to. That like it's the last 10 overs. I know that these two, they wouldn't have really played any T10 cricket. I think Switzerland, they would have played a bit of T10 cricket, but you know, the ECN kind of type of the game, it comes in really handy, I think, at this level to at least feel confident and not feel that worry about getting out. You get out, but do it in the search of advancing the score. They only lose 4 wickets in this 20 overs as well. Their running was a lot better, I will say that as well. And the other thing, it's amazing when you start scoring a few more singles, how the boundaries tend to come. They ended up scoring 10 boundaries compared to the 4 they scored earlier on. That was a nice catch by Millie Holmes. Took that one straight down the ground. Meanwhile, that was the Debolka zone saying, hey, out the way. I'm getting this one. She did off her own bowling to remove Ilahi. Fortunately for her, went for a duck. That was one that got away from Millie. And she'd come good later in the piece with a run out. I suppose they got 6 non-Redcar boundaries. They didn't get any in the first innings. This is one where it just kind of took her eye off the prize. And that was the end of Yanamandra. But she did contribute 10 to the score, including 1 boundary of her own. No hand rub. Very clever from Jackie. That's experience for you. And then we had this one. She pretty much gave up. Never give up, folks. She would have beaten out at least 1 more of those throws if she'd run straight away. You can actually see Switzerland having a bit of a laugh about it. You had to. You had to. You had all 4 on the screen there cracking up. Probably Sharon was the same. It was her first run of the innings. Then we saw this one put in top bins by Sincere Clark. And that would be a boundary. So, hey, look, 131 for 4. I wonder if the supercomputer will have a change of heart. I've got Belgium slightly ahead. I think it had 47%. I just think that if Belgium, they show the kind of improvement with their bowling as they did with the bat, then I think they could probably square the series here. But Switzerland have other ideas, of course. Their first day of T20I cricket. I'm sure they'll have that positive approach, and it'll be a very interesting second half. 39 not out to Redcar, who top scores 2 games in a row for Belgium. Canaria was a big difference maker. That's what they missed earlier in the innings. In fact, they get pretty much 30 more runs, and she gets 30 more runs. So that kind of shows you the difference that she makes. Struck 5 boundaries in her 34, 4 boundaries for Vera in her 39 not out, 10 for Shruti Yanamandra, before she was run out late in the piece. And Diaz, a pretty entertaining 3 not out, including a very tough first run that she got there in the end. Bowling wise, I think Rajan once again held up her end more than you'd expect from anyone in this format. None for 9 and not a single extra in her 4 overs. Not all the other bowlers had the same luck though. You see 43 extras in there. Wicket for Debolka and wicket for Nana Metisaju on her debut. Also shout out to Clark, who bowled pretty tightly, 3 overs done for 20. And Edmiston, she had her moments. I really liked watching her bowl. Was involved in the run out. She finished with number 20 on her first game in the side. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time with the response. 132 required, and the biggest test for the Swiss yet. See if they can go 2-0 up in this series, or can Belgium square it by defending this 131? All to play for here. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a break and see you at the exciting conclusion of the opening day here in Belgium at the Mdina Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the last innings of day one here. Mdina Cup action starting with the women today and tomorrow before the men take centre stage Friday, Saturday and Sunday. In the first match, the Swiss chased 100 in just over 12 overs to get the win. In this one, they will need quite a few more because Belgium batting first after winning the toss. They have scored 131 for 4 off their 20 overs, so 132 required for the Swiss to go 2-0 up in the series. I suppose that's an unassailable lead as far as games are concerned. A huge 20 overs coming up in the context of this Mdina Cup, which kind of feels like it's just gotten started, but I mean, after this, we're halfway through it, in the women's at least. So Belgium with their hot lava tops. They're taking the field. I think they'll feel pretty confident with this score on the board, 131 for 4. But one thing we saw earlier is that Switzerland certainly batted at tempo. It's gonna have, whichever team plays better will win. It's kind of as simple as that. So get ready, get comfy, get set. This is the only cricket you'll get in ECN today due to the rain in Romania. Here we go with the response. Start with a wide. Well, maybe not. Called it too quickly. Would have been a wide. Again, do you want to hit the ball? Fair. Leg side, this will be a wide for sure. Just going back to the archives and looking at the scores that Belgium have made before. Popped up in the air, but does get away. See, the sun's out now, which is a good sign. This is a nice shot by Layla Picard to get her off the mark. But yeah, the 131, it's Belgium's highest score in a T20IW, bearing in mind they had played 7 matches going into today. They scored 99 in the first match. Kuenberg's probably riding a bit of a high of confidence after her innings earlier on in the day, and it was a very good innings. She struck 40 off just 31, including 5 fours, and batted with confidence. She did take risks between the wickets, though. I think it's a net positive, but there certainly were probably half a dozen opportunities to run her out. Pico keeps this out with a straight bat. And just looking at Belgium's previous high totals. The previous high was 114 that they scored against Austria back in 2021. Ilahi right on the money so far. Yeah, suddenly it's a beautiful day. It's been like that, I've got to say. I've been around lately and you get a crazy storm, then 2 hours later it's just nothing but sunshine. It's pretty nice at the moment. Nah, he won't be too happy giving away extras. So it's just 2 in the over. You can probably handle that. Maybe 2 is the par. Ideally, you want to give away none or close to none. Again, Pickard likes to play with a straight bat. She does there. Oh, we've lost a stump, but I'm sure we can fix it. It's the end of the first over, and it's 4 without loss. Still, I'm a bit surprised with the percentages. In my mind, I just think it's... I'm slightly tilting towards Belgium. I suppose a lot's based on how they bowl. And I think, you know, if you can get Kuenberg early, and then I think we'll see the percentages take a bit of a turn. Not to say there's not other good players there, because there are. We saw that earlier. I like the way Rajan batted, run a ball 17. It starts very, very important. Hello to Paul Kempen. Hello to Luke as well. To Johnny Heeson. Good to see you with us. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. Hopefully the weather's good where you are. I can still see a fair bit of wind around, but luckily the rain seems history for now at least. Still waiting on an update from Romania. But I haven't got one as yet about what the plan will be for tomorrow. I know they still must be working out what the best course of action is there. Canaria. It's the second over this time, or the first last time. This is short and pulled away. Won't beat the field, but they do get through for a run. That's something they did very well earlier. But here's the thing. Kuenberg better watch out because she would have been run out backing up earlier, and it was Canaria that executed it. Doesn't look like she's going early now, though. It's not even about going early. It's about kind of committing to going regardless. Got to make sure that you have the ability to stay in your crease if the ball's not delivered. Down the leg side, this one pretty clear wide as well. So yeah, right in the Goldilocks zone. That's all you hope for, I suppose. Is a good contest. I think we've got one here. Nicely played by Pickard. Might get a couple here, actually. She will. That's an excellent shot, though. I think anything short, you've got to back yourself to hit the ball in this format. It still is limited overs format after all. And if you're playing that length with a straight bat, it's probably not going anywhere. It's probably a definite dot. So, yeah, get that power. And if it's behind the legs, feel free to let it go. You'll get another one. Oh, finger tipper. And they'll take a run. That was a tough one for Canaria. Have a look at it. Kind of gets half a hand over there. Non-striker's non-striker did everything she could to get out the way. Oh, we saw her obstructing the field. Pretty unusual one, obstructing a catch earlier in the week. Kuenberg gets the strike back. And she made some pretty good decisions with the bat earlier as well. Again, this kind of ball, you can afford to respect it. You should be able to get at least a couple of hit-me balls and over. Just be selective. I think you can afford to be selective. I think it's kind of 6.5 and over all the way through. Ended up going more like 8.5 and over in their innings earlier. Sliced out. Good attempt to cut it off. Diaz originally puts her body on the line, and then Hatia Diwan cleans up. That'll take us to the end of the over as well. So it's 11 without loss after 2. Canary's over going for 7. I just think that if you're Kuenberg, you got to be watching out for the Mancad, especially when Canary's bowling. It probably was there. Coach has probably had a word to her because she's kind of already had a warning in a sense. She had a warning earlier in the day, and I think that Belgium know that could be a game breaker. Anyway, Kuenberg is going to get one that's a bit short. She's played this shot well today, and it will almost go to the boundary, centimetres away. Get back for a pretty easy 2. Ilahi being brought back to bowl again. Yeah, don't bowl short to her. It was pretty clear from earlier on in the day. She's got a very good eye, Franziska Kuenberg. Keep an eye on that required rate. Started pretty much at, or was it 6.6 and over? Still where it is, but we'll keep an eye on it. Gundy ball really down the leg side, and Pickard watches it go past for a wide. Let's say you get 2 wides and over. So let's say you get 40 and wides. You still got to find 90. And this one's hit, and it's going to get past the fielder. Canaria at an awkward hop. And they'll come back for a reasonably easy 2. Little handoff. Yeah, you're still going to have to find 4.5 off your bat and over. And how are you going to do that? Well, maybe 2 and a couple of singles. Maybe a boundary. One's a bit wide of the mark from Elahi. Hello to Kaji, watching from Nepal. Nice to see you. Well, give your regards to my good friend Andrew Leonard. Takludai. We do see on ECN from time to time as a special guest. Bowled, and a very good piece of bowling by Elahi. Gets this one right on the money. Pickard tries to keep it out, but the ball just sneaks past that outside edge, and there's the first wicket. Switzerland 18 for 1. An excellent bit of bowling. Just watch this one. Bit of variation as well. Rusa Elahi just straightens down the line a bit, just enough. And really, to be honest, the batter couldn't have done a lot more. That was a seed with her name on it. And Pickard has to make the sad walk back. She's out for 6. But you've got to hand it to the bowler. It's an outstanding bit of bowling. That's the life of an opener, I suppose. As Belgium give their home fans something to shout about. It's 18 for 1. Let's have a look at that. It's heading towards leg. It ends up hitting middle. That's all you have to do, though. You move it half a bat. That's pretty much how much it moves in the air. Belgian fans rejoice. Rajan, promotion number 3. I like this. Thought she batted really well earlier. These two batted well together. No Vinod in the side either. So Rajan shuffles up a spot. This is the key partnership, isn't it? They put on a bunch before. They put on 67. Yeah, 67 in just under 6 overs. So they're going at about that 11 and over. 11, even 12 and over. Good over this from Elahi. So, short of taking another wicket, at least you can build pressure. Try and get that run rate up, 7, 8 and above. End of the 3rd. And Switzerland are 18 for 1. Good over there. Although there were 7 runs off it, it was that wicket of Layla Pickard. Well, don't underestimate the Franziska Kuenberg factor in this chase. She was able to score so quickly earlier and made it look like an easy win, and I suppose it was. But there's plenty to be done. Still well over 100 required, 114 required from here on in. And the Belgians are going to have to bowl as a team. Have everyone pull their weight. Here's Canaria coming back. Half an LBW appeal before the realisation comes that was straight off the bat. Hello to Kaji, though. Great to hear you saying you love watching ECN. Well, we're just happy to give you some cricket. I know it's been a bit tough in Romania. At least, Romania do get another series later in the year. So regardless what happens with this one. That's in the pool zone, isn't it, for Kuenberg? And that is going to run away. So test the outfield. Just pulls up in time. They'll get a couple. Maybe not right out of the meat of the bat from Kuenberg. And look at those percentages tightening up. Canaria searching for a first wicket. And that's the length. You got to learn your lesson. She's been brutal on anything short, or even on a good length today, Kuenberg. A lot of pressure on Kuenberg. She must be a bit tired as well. Had a long time in that first game. Again, excellent bowling. Again, you know, Kuenberg's kind of unflustered. Doesn't feel under too much scoreboard pressure yet. Kind of waiting for that bad ball. 50-50 game here in Belgium. Oh, it's gone. There's the big moment. And Canaria, she'll get her in the end. Kuenberg gets a good seed. And it's the Belgian skipper with the critical breakthrough. That will turn the tables here in match 2 in what's been a very entertaining day of T20IW cricket. Here, again, draws her forward, as we said all along. Plays inside it. Hits the top of the off stump, and the Belgian skipper knows that this is the time. It's a very good ball, I will say that. You've got to give credit to Kuenberg. She's batted brilliantly today. But she's going to have to watch the rest from the sidelines. Out bowled for 8. And it's 20 for 2. That's 2 very good deliveries to get the openers. This definitely does a bit. Again, drawing her forward. She's not in control of the stroke. And at best, it's a dot for the batter. And at best, it's a wicket for the bowler. And you can see there, punches the turf. Top of off. Watch it. Top of off. Huge moment in this response. More pressure is going to be heaped onto Rajan. And no Vinod in the lineup. So that's regular number 3 who's out of the side. And I suppose what we'll do, we'll see batters that we didn't see earlier. Millie Holmes is one of those. I think she was next in earlier. They'd already brought up the win. Will we go into 1-1 overnight? Big moment. So, end of the 4th over. Successful one for Belgium. And Switzerland are 20 for 2. And now you can see the percentages reflecting that. The weight of runs on the board, still 112 to get. Belgium 66% from here. Yeah, Kachi talking about the women's program in Nepal. Yeah, they've had some good success. And you're right about them qualifying for the global qualifier. I'm following that pretty closely as well. I'm good friends with Lenny, who had a birthday the other day, by the way. I guess most people in Nepal would know that. They're big Lenny fans. Interesting game, this one. Zatia Diwanali. This one seems to be coming down in time. We'll get through for a run. Again, this has been a key theme of the Swiss innings as well today. Kind of taking on more of these runs and not waiting until the very end of the innings. I mean, they never really had an end of the innings before. But yeah, hit and run. Belgians maybe could be in a little bit, but having said that, you risk it going past you. Millie, can she get off the mark? Yes, she can again. See, this is such good running from Rajan. You can see this from the main camera. But she wants to take Holmes off strike and just get her out of the hot zone. So she's backing up. She sees, she anticipates actually it's going to be behind the wicket and then just cruises to the so-called danger end. This is real, a bit of small ball at this level, and it's helping out your partner. Rajan happy to play this out. It's a chance for her to have a bit more of a leading role. I did like her 17 off 17 earlier. I like the way she used her feet. She had a really nice 4 off a free hit down the ground. This time, presses forward off the back foot. Blister does the fielding. Where are these runs going to come from? Remember that rate started at 6.6. Out past 7 now. Who's going to be the difference maker for Switzerland here? It's going to go wrong. It's going to be a no ball. So now a chance for Holmes to bat with immunity. Yeah, Cards, you're just talking about cricket in Nepal, and I'd love to one day maybe commentate the Everest Premier League with Lenny. I have promised him. He stepped into my universe once. I need to step into his. Free hit coming up then. See what Holmes goes for here. Oh, it's good ball though. Oh, it's going to be called a wide. It's touch and go. The free hit will stay in play. Maybe just swung a little bit too much for Atia Diwan Ali. Still free hit. Still free hit. It's the stumps blowing down. I've got some side on maybe. Shows you the wind's back. I need to nail them to the floor by tomorrow. It's a funny one. If the stumps were to blow down before the ball's bowled, the umpire's kind of obligated to call and signal dead ball. But I don't think in this case it was before the ball's bowled. See, there. Down they went. Well, it definitely wasn't the batter that knocked him over. Yeah, Kaji talking about the men's team for Nepal as well. Yeah, for sure. Made some great strides. I just love the passion from the Nepali audience. I know that when the World Cup was in the USA, a huge Nepali turnout in Texas. Still free hit by the way here for Millie. Yeah, it just shows you when you've got immunity what you can do. Rid of the old ankle buster there for Redcar. Someone that you want to see get injured. Good hustle. 2 more to the total. Both these two seem pretty quick between the sticks. Well bowled. Because it's a numbers game. Just get as many balls and over in the right spot, and the rest takes care of itself. Right now, Belgium well ahead. With both openers back in the shed after 5 overs. Switzerland are 28 for 2. Quick look at the ECCW, which I'd love to see both these teams in the next year or 2 or 3 in the ECCW as well, which currently involves 15 countries. And they're in division, so there's a promotion relegation between each division. Czechia went down from the Challenger last year. They've been replaced by Cyprus, who step into the Challenger division. Of course, Italy and Germany in the Challenger. They'll be part of the action in that second week, but also they played today, didn't they? In the World Cup qualifiers, Spain were in action as well. And Sweden beat Spain earlier in the week. So yeah, pretty fascinating contest. Still a while to go though, of course. Around about 6 months away, but it'll fly past. Yanamandra to get the ball here. That's it pretty well from Rajan on the offside. Beats the field, you get a couple. Rajan's a real key here. Yeah, I think not just the stumps getting blown over, I think our camera got blown over at the same gust of wind. So that shows there's plenty happening right now. Yeah, Nepal, just final note on Nepal while we're talking about it. I know they do have some cricket in Europe coming up against Scotland and the Netherlands. It's probably a no ball for me because it's the second bounce off the pitch. I'd be asking for it. See, that one. Second bounce before the line. So it didn't even matter, it was off the pitch. And as a result, Rajan can't really attack it. Yeah, those matches we're talking about, Nepal against Netherlands and Scotland in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. It's going to be a no ball as well, as you can see here. Yanamandra. So it was a bit of an issue earlier because the speed she bowls, the wind is a factor. This game's still hovering around the 50-50. Enthralling contest. It shows you, at all levels of cricket, these players still fairly inexperienced. They're giving us a great show here. Has to adjust that time. Does Rajan. Comes through for a single. That was a free hit, of course. Switzerland have quietly taken the lead back, 51%. I've got that rate down back in the sixes. A few twists and turns yet, I'm sure. Lifted up in the air and taken. Holmes is going to have to go Yanamandra with the ultimate clap back. And the Belgians have broken through for a third time, and this topsy-turvy game continues. Switzerland 33 for 3 and a first wicket for Yanamandra. So important that you create, but more importantly, take chances. Again, it wasn't quick. She had to make her own pace. That's what Millie tried to do, but slight mishit. And the result is a catch to Arusa Ilahi. So disappointment for Millie. Certainly gave us plenty of highlights of the day, but again, she'll have to watch the rest from the dugout. And Switzerland 33 for 3. Again, it's straight. Kind of slices underneath a little bit, takes off. Nice catch low down, though, by Ilahi. And you can see the Lava sisters, they're pretty happy to see the back of Millie Holmes. What a good game this is. Srinivasan, saw her briefly earlier. Hit the winning run, actually. But a long way from the winning run here. 99 away, to be exact. Yanamandra should be feeling a lot better now after a few got away earlier in the over. So we have a run up. She has more of a jump. It's kind of fun to watch. But it does mean she has to kind of create all her momentum in a short amount of time. So not necessarily having a lot of force towards the target. Oh, I wonder if there's a bit of something on that. No, it's called a wide. I thought for a second Srinivasan might have just had a little glove on it. Might have presented half an opportunity. So wouldn't have been out anyway, I suppose, because on a free hit at the moment. Still on a free hit. Bit of bat on this one. Just spins away from the fielder. Achedi and Ali. Yeah, Gollum saying ECCW is his favourite tournament of the year. Certainly one of our favourites. Not least of which because it's the last before we get a break. We don't get too many breaks on ECN. You probably know that already. Well done by Srinivasan staying a crease there, though I don't think it was really an attempt from Yanamandra. Just lost her balance in the delivery stride. That should be a no ball. It bounces twice. And it's going to get hit away for 4. Yeah, it definitely hit the rope. But yeah, is this a no ball? Maybe we can see some side on. I'm sure it bounces twice. There's one bounce short, and then if it bounces again just before the hit, wait for it. It's actually smart batting. So I think that'll be a no ball plus 4. So it is. So a free hit coming up. Does get here. Oh, clean take might have been interesting with the run out, but Rajan will retain the strike. Interesting over, had a bit of everything with 14 runs, but a big wicket in there as well. And after 6 overs, it's anybody's game with Switzerland 42 for 3. One of the things I really like about about my job, and it's pretty unique in the cricket world, or the sporting world really, is that I get the opportunity and the privilege to commentate such a diverse player group at different stages of development, at different stages of experience. For example, 1 year ago, I was calling Netherlands men, Ireland men, Scotland men who were a week away from going to the World Cup in US and the Caribbean. And 1 year later, on the same channel, I can call a team playing their first ever T20Is. Interesting one, this one, because she comes down a little bit. She will get the boundary, though. Rajan, bit of a difference maker. For me, this isn't a no ball because I think if she'd stayed in her crease, it wasn't going to be above her waist. I don't know, though. It's pretty high. I suppose you might lose your benefit maybe if you leave your crease. I will say maybe the bowler was a bit lucky to get away with that one. Just 4 runs given. Can they remove Rajan? Then you're really into batters that haven't had too much time at the crease at all. And good footwork. She's very light in her feet, Rajan. Oh, brilliantly. What was it? 8 overs, 3 for 15 today. Pretty amazing. Good length there from T20I. Can you hold up and end? I mean, Rajan's up and going. 15 off 13. And again, had to respect that. Srinivasan. Watch those percentages come together again. If you can keep building the pressure. This is where gets away from you, although it might have been a wide instead. It'll just be a single, probably the lesser of 2 evils for Team Belgium. That one could have been hit to the boundary. Rajan back on strike. Interesting, Swiss are still favourites here. Well handled once again. Mdina. Oh, get her 4. Well, it was well judged in the end. I didn't think it was going to keep rolling, but it shows you maybe a bit of sunshine, quickening up the outfield. Goes to a higher score of the day now, moves to 19, and at the end of 7 overs, 52 for 3. Boundaries bookending that 7th over from T20I. 4 bowlers used so far for Belgium. Yeah, boundary count. Just 3 boundaries so far, all off the bat of Mdina Rajan. They bowled 14 extra balls, so it seems to be around about the par, doesn't it? If you beat the par, you're doing well. If you go worse than 2 extra balls and over, I think you're giving away more than the average. Which in a game that's pretty tight, you don't want to do. Start of the 8th over now, and they do bring back Arusa Ilahi. Well, 2 overs, 1 for 11. In fact, not the first over. That's one I think you've got to hit across it. You can't just pat that one back. It's got length on it. There's going to be difficult balls to score off. And that's one you've got an opportunity. Srinivasan finding it hard to get going. 2 off 7. This one a bit more difficult, I think, because of the line of it. Good pressure being built here. Belgium, it's almost like they keep building up the pressure and letting the air out of the balloon. They build it up again. Actually does go across the line. Makes good contact. Only one's the call. That's all they'll get. Rajan gets the strike back. Something's got to give here. Just feel one way or the other. Again, that's good decision making from Rajan. She knows she's the key to this innings. When it hits the seam, comes back quite a lot towards her. So rather than play a loose shot, she's just happy to knock it out. She feels like she'll get another opportunity somewhere along the line. It's one off this over so far. Now wants to go. It seemed like a bit of a hospital pass, but again, shows you what's possible when you're both on the same page. So Rajan will retain the strike, and at the end of 8 overs, Switzerland are 54 for 3. Just the 2 singles off it. There's also credit to Srinivasan there, who's backing up. She was ready to run. She's probably read the game well. Srinivasan seems like a good cricketer to me. I like her work behind the stumps for Switzerland. I think she's really solid. And went unnoticed for a fair bit of that. Fair bit of the 2 innings today, actually. But I liked her movement laterally down the leg side. I think there's only one ball that got past her, and that ball was off the pitch. So it's a pretty successful day. Whereas wicket keeping is not necessarily about all the catches and the stats and all those things. It's just kind of, it's the runs that never happen because of you. So they're not really recorded anywhere. Can't really record things that didn't happen. Canera's coming back. Captain decides to bowl her 3rd over before the halfway mark and before they've even gone to a 5th bowler. Rolling the dice a little bit. I think she knows if she can get Rajan here, then it's their game to lose, Belgium. I think we'd see the percentages switch. Excellent bowling. That's a dream ball. The frustration for Canary is that it doesn't take a wicket. It's a wicket-taking kind of delivery. Well negotiated by Mdina. Again, nimble footwork. It's this strategy kind of pressing forward, but then when she spots that it's maybe short of a length or a good length, she's quick on her feet enough to then spring back deep in the crease, let the ball come to her, knock it down for 1. Bit of a plan B. Misses the mark this time, not by much. A good question from Gollum, saying if scores are level, will it be a super over? Yes, it will. It's T20I. That's the regulation. And of course, we actually had a super over in the Mdina Cup last year between Belgium and France. Turn around the corner again. Have a look at that. They both run straight away and make it easy. And that's the sort of single we haven't seen being taken quite a lot today. And Rajan, again, knows it's her call. She's backing up. She's ready to run. Gets the strike back. Nice looking shot. Actually gets through the fielder. Misfield does allow a single. Great ball. Really great ball. And it wasn't easily blockable because it was slightly further back in length, but still one you want to play forward to. It's like a rolling leg spinner, leg cutter, whatever. It rolls out the front of the fingers. We were talking about that actually during the Estonia-Bulgaria Women's Series. This one loses the line though. It gets past the fielder. Should pull up. Still they go back for 2. But yeah, it's with the smaller hands. It might have been Tina actually. It was in Sweden. Tina was saying to me, it's quite a natural way for the ball to come out because the women have smaller hands. even though the ball's slightly smaller. She said it's quite a natural thing to kind of roll out, like not a full wrist leg spinner, but kind of a slight kind of leg spinner, like a doorknobber, we'd say. You know, when you're turning a doorknob. Interesting observation from German international Tina Goff, who's playing right now in the World Cup qualifiers, as you probably know, right here. Switzerland 60 for 3 after 9. Don't go anywhere, because this game is very much a contest. It's a sort of game I think that Belgium would be disappointed if they weren't to win it, given that they have gotten both openers fairly early. They got their bogey, Kuenberg, before she could do too much damage. But Rajan has been a thorn in the Belgian sides all day with the bat and the ball. He's looking very relaxed there at the moment. New bowler here is Shabana Ilahi. Just come into the side. Something just got to keep an eye on. I know it's not so easy when you're new to the game, but with the arm there, probably not quite what you'd like to see. That's better. That's much better. Maybe just a few nerves first ball. This is the second delivery. Better. Perfect? No. But better. Short, and again, just this kind of expectation to run. Even with a direct hit, they make it easily. That's a better ball, though. From Shabana Ilahi. I've got a question for you in the chat. I suppose it's kind of last innings of the day. What do you think about this pace? Yeah, it's a slightly different pace, but I mean, I like that it has its ebbs and flows. So there's a bit of a discussion at the moment. I wonder what this might be about. Also, I think that last one was better. No ball called. All right, well, maybe this is what I thought it might be for. Now, if that was to happen twice, then the ball is removed. Again, you don't like to see it. That's Gupta, actually. He's having a bit of a discussion. I think they will change the bowler here. Looks like Sharon Diaz is ready to take over. Okay, I think we should be ready to go. And a bit of a conference here. Okay, I'm still in the balance. I mean, if you actually look at the rate, it hasn't really moved too much from where it started. Be a free hit for Diaz to have to deliver first up. Pretty good ball, actually. Rajan backs away, hits through the offside. Gets two. We haven't seen a genuine 3 yet. As close as we've gotten Comes out to meet this one. Does Rajan? He's not going to be too bothered. As she gets it on the full, pulls it away powerfully for 4 runs. I will say, this being a T20I, not an ECN match or not an ECN T10, there is no match referee. The umpire's basically in control of everything out there. So obviously they found an issue there. And if that's the case, there's the option to change the bowler, I think, straight away. Or if it happens a second time, there's a call, then it will be necessary to change the bowler. It was called a no ball actually as well for height, that last one. So that'll actually be a minimo, non-standard minimo. No ball plus 4 off the bat. A free hit for Rajan. He's taking this game away pretty quickly at the moment. There'll still be a free hit in play. So this is where it comes down to that depth. And we talked about the depth earlier on. What happens when you get down to kind of your 5th, 6th batter, your 5th, 6th bowler? Good footwork again. It's going to get over the top, and that'll go for 4. Bit of a game breaking over here. A bit like we saw in the first game where Switzerland were able to kind of burst the dam, so to speak. Again, very quick on her feet. 4 runs to Rajan. She might have just missed out on the player of the match in the first game. The way she's going, she might be making it an easy decision for the officials here in match 2. Better ball. Much better ball from Sheeran that time. Like I said, it's a numbers game. Credit to it, she wasn't expecting to have to bowl this over. She had to come in more or less cold and surprised. It's just that consistency she's searching for. That one goes down the leg side. Can they find a turning point here? Rajan is the biggest obstacle for Team Belgium. See Rajan, she knows how many there are to come. She knows that's the last ball of the over. She knows she wants to be on strike. She takes the single as Switzerland move to walking sticks. 77 for 3 after 10. So players have a quick drink. Just to make it really clear. I called Shamana Ilahi, but it was Ashta Gupta who started that over, didn't finish it off, ends up going for 17. Just a reminder, there's our social media at European Cricket. There's a bit of movement in the background. What are those guys doing? So they're moving the football goal. Moving the goalposts. We saw a goal earlier on in the day. I know in Sweden we were having a contest between the 2 goals on opposite sides of the ground. Had some good contests, didn't we? And 10 overs to go. They basically needed to go at 66 per 10 overs. They've got 77 out of the first 10 overs. And there's the instructions at the moment. I'll be pretty happy with where they're at, Switzerland, despite obviously losing Kuenberg, who was so good earlier on. But Rajan promoted to 3. She's done the job so far, 34 off 26. But yeah, it's kind of the busyness of the innings has impressed me. Both the innings with the bat from Switzerland today. So huge 10 overs coming up in the context of this Mdina Cup T20IW. Because if Switzerland can continue the way they're going, if they can win this, then they can't really lose the series. Could be drawn, I suppose. I don't know if net run rate will be used to split them, but I imagine with it being a cup, they probably would just share the trophy. And both these teams, they want to win outright. And for Belgium, if they can mount a comeback here and square it at 1-1, and it's very possible they can go away, do some homework overnight, come back and secure the win tomorrow. It looks like it's gotten a bit darker as well. It's been a real unpredictable day weather-wise. This is Atia Dewan Ali, who's going to take up the attack from this bottom end. 2 overs that she's bowled, none for 18. If I had to make an acronym for a 4-letter strategy for Belgium to win this game, it would be GTGR. Got to get Rajan. She's 34, she's cruising. 5 fours in her 26 ball dock so far. Can they get rid of her? She seems very composed at the moment. It's almost like she's happy to knock the good balls for 1. She knows she's going to get a response out of her partner. These two are batting pretty well together. If she really has to, she'll block 1. Won't try and run. But then there are plenty of balls she's able to go after. And the extras have been a factor. You always know it will be at this level. Who can get it right more often? Better ball. That's a good length, you see. It's not a shot you can really have any confidence to go after on the front foot. Probably going to pop it up. Yeah, Adion just reminding us in Malta, we had a multi-sport park as well. It was the archers in one corner of the ground that were always worried they're going to fire some arrows. Bows and arrows in play. That's always nerve-wracking. But there's tennis there, there's golf there, there's an aquatic centre there. Squash paddle as well. Free hit coming up then. There's a chance for Srinivasan to clap back a little bit herself. Really go after this. Can't be out except for run out, basically. Get something on it. Just a single, though. Switzerland. Over 90% favourites now. They've got it down below the runner ball. Down around 5.5 and over. They bat the 10. It's hard to imagine they won't get this. Okay, that's one straightens down the line, and Rajan's happy just to say, right, okay. You're not getting me out. That's basically what she's saying. So you're not getting me out. Well, I won't get myself out. Maybe more correctly. Lovely footwork again. Makes it on the full. It decides to go. Great effort there from Canaria. It was hovering around that mid-wicket region. Check it out in the replay. Fantastic bit of work to pick it up so quickly and throw it in. Meanwhile, Ananya will knock another single. So these two just kind of batting well in harmony at the moment. Will be the end of the over. So it's 83 for 3 after 11. Is there one final twist here? Maybe a couple of twists before this one's in the book. Switzerland. But it is their first day of women's international cricket. And they do have a winning earlier on, chasing down 100 in 12.1 overs. And Amandra, again, she's had her issues, hasn't she? With kind of dealing with this wind. It has been a bit of a pain for her. In the end, though, you just got to ask the right questions. So it came sticking along nicely for Switzerland fans. Again, that's one. Should be called a no ball. Definite double bouncer. Wait for the call here. Rajan, kind of player you don't want to give one to either, the way things are going. No, she can't be stumped. Yanamandra. I suppose she's dodged the worst of it. And this one bites back. No. Yanamandra, just say, still struggling with her control. Again, that's another one that she'll have to re-bowl. So things are all stacking up now, aren't they? I mean, even if you've got Rajan now, you just worry, can you bowl? Can you bowl 8 overs where you're not going to hand it over in extras? And it's not an easy spot to be. Yeah, it takes a lot of courage to try and bowl yourself out of a spot like this. Again, don't think that couldn't have been out anyway. Man is yelling, "Hey, wait, what are you doing?" Yeah, couldn't have been out. Stumped. We'll take us to the end of the over. So it's 90 for 3 after 12. Big over in there, 17. Out of control as well. see some ball coming out as well. Fortunate here to fall over, but it can happen. Srinivasan, nice looking shot from her as well. Gets very close to getting 4. She'll get 2 in the end. In fact, she'll get 3. That's our first 3 of the day. Way they hustle this out straight away. Rajan's thinking 3. She wants the strike back. So, hey, let's do it. Rajan, rare one. She can't get away here on the pull. Still searching for this turning point. Right. Okay. Well, I have an update. The update comes from Romania. And yeah, it's a pretty interesting update as well. I was expecting this, but it looks like a decision's been made. And yeah, here's the latest. You heard it here first, folks, that there won't be any cricket in Romania until Sunday. And the tournament is being pushed an extra 3 days. So instead of a 7-day tournament this week, it now becomes a 4-day tournament starting Sunday and going through to next Wednesday. So it actually overlaps with the start of Hornchurch 4 days. And instead of 6 teams, there's now 4 teams in the tournament. That really throws it wide open. So that sounds like something that's going to be a lot of work for a lot of people. A lot of logistics to make that work as well. But well done. They've obviously come up with a solution there. All right, here, the only solution for Belgium is to break this partnership. Yes, I mean, that's quite unprecedented. But I suppose these things happen. Got to try and make the best of it. So it looks to me as well, the 2 teams to basically not be able to take part now. Seems to me that there will be Cluj and UCCB, just from what I'm seeing. And they'd be 2 of the huge favourites. And they're not in it. We might see a bit of a risk redistribution of players there. So how about that? Yeah, no Cluj, no UCCB. So you're left with Bliss Warriors and Phoenix, who are new to the competition. So Bliss Warriors, I will say, they've got a heavy UCCB influence. And then Royal Eagles and Bucharest Gladiators. Hit and run here from Rajan, looking very comfortable at the crease at the moment. Okay, so that's the end of the 13th over, 96 for 3. So the format will be, it'll be a triple round robin. Yeah, so you'll play your 3 opponents 3 times. So you play 9 matches each, 9 matches per team. And then it'll just be a straight final, first versus second on Wednesday night. Well, there you go. Bit of late drama. Well, drama. Maybe not late. It's still early. So, yeah, the only ECN cricket you'll get between now and Sunday is Mdina Cup here. So, yeah. That's, again, I'm not privy to what's been happening over there in Romania. Obviously, it's done in conjunction with the Romanian Federation and what they would like to do because, yeah, it was meant to finish on Sunday, obviously with the state of the ground. I've seen some pictures. Obviously, it's been pretty rough. Gets to this on the full Rajan. So I suppose, you know, you'd also go to the player group and they'd say, yeah, look, there'd be a couple of teams, obviously UCCB and Cluj, that said, look, we can't play because it goes through Monday to Wednesday to working week. Cluj is about 9 hours drive as well from the ground. Srinivasan able to put this one away, and that will be a boundary. Her first. Was there to hit, wasn't it, from D1 Ali? 100 comes up right now. Switzerland looking good for 2 for 2. So I suppose what it is, I suppose they've just said, no, we really want the series to continue, and everyone's tried to make everything work. So yeah, back to the scheduling. So yeah, that is the plan that I've heard. It shows you the state of the ground over there. Down leg side. I wonder, it must have been hit this one. Thought it might have been. Can't really blame the keeper in this circumstance. It's very brave to even get behind this. Let's have a look. Let's see, because it's probably in the way. But gets a bit of something on it. Deflects up and over the keeper's gloves. To win now. Touch over 6 overs. Played away offside. And is it going to make it? Oh, it's about as close as you can get. One of the world's smallest relays as well. And these two have run together pretty well. I was worried she was going to slip over the boundary, and then the old Falcon making an appearance. Surprise, surprise. I think they get 3 there. It's good running once again. $14 overs down, 106 for 3. Yeah, so basically, that in case you missed that, it's repeating that Romania, due to the unprecedented rains there, the solution has been that all games are off until Sunday, and the plan will be to play a 4-day tournament, 19 matches there in Romania. And you heard it here first. That's why you tune into the Mdina Cup. Is there one final twist? It doesn't come now. Might never come for Belgium. Canaria comes back, last roll of the dice. Up in the air. Again, they've run so well, these two. They'll get two. What a partnership. Together at 33 for 3 in the 6th over, and things were looking a little bit dodgy. Still with 99 to get. Since then, they have put on 75 runs. The other thing about the Romanian series is at least they do get another European cricket series later in the year. I'm happy for them that they obviously have found a solution they think means they can get some cricket on. Straight pull this time from Rajan, beats the fielder. That'll probably run away. That will be 4. So Rajan knocking on the door of a half century. Could she make some history and be the first Swiss woman to make a T20I half century? Just got the length to work with there. Too short. Put it away. Another ball that kisses the rope. Just heading down the leg side, I think. It's just drifting down. Rajan. Don't think she'll get a run to her name, but maybe a leg by it. Wait for it. There it is. Scratch on this, I think, from Srinivasan. Settle for a single. It just seems elementary at the moment, doesn't it? Here's what we can see is if Rajan will be able to bring up her half century. Rajan has shown that she's willing to respect the good ball. I suppose the issue with Belgium, as the day's gone on, if anything, the control has gotten worse. Maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in. Obviously, conditions haven't been easy the whole day. Shorten down the leg side, and it's going to bamboozle Gupta. Have to double back. Probably could have got 2 there, but they decide against it. So Rajan, 49, didn't want to risk getting out. Chasing her 50th, she'd rather wait for another opportunity. So end of the 15th, and the score is 115 for 3. So I suppose now we know the only cricket you're going to get until Sunday is going to be me in the Mdina Cup. Should be a good series though, so you'll have to take a break from the frenetic T10 format. And we'll continue tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe and 1:30 in India. Match 3 and 4 of Belgium versus Switzerland. And it does seem to me that Belgium are playing to draw this series 2-2. Join me for another exciting day of T20IW action. Slightly different pace, but it's got its own charm, doesn't it? Obviously, it's probably a style of the game, a kind of an attitude of the game where it's probably quite relatable for a lot of people that are watching. Because there's kind of that decision-making, slightly different decision-making. Respect the good ball, go after the bad ball. So Gupta. Waiting to decide the bowler here. I think they're going to go to Yanamandra again. So again, kind of running out of options here. Yanamandra has had some issues. She's bowled 9 extra balls in 2 overs bowled. Rajan on 49, feeling very confident, I'm sure. 17 required for victory. Again, these problems continuing for Shruti. Does have a wicket, I will say that. He was able to get Millie Holmes, I should say, not Millie Jones. Millie Holmes caught a wicket by Arusa Ilahi. Hit and run this time. That will be 50 for Meghna Rajan. Fantastic innings. Brings it up with a pull shot. Fat, she'll come back for 3. So what a sensational moment for her on her first day of international cricket. Bring up her maiden T20 international half century. She brings it up off 49 balls. At better than a run a ball. Of course, with 6 boundaries in there. She's been the player of the day, really, across both games. Not just the batting, the bowling as well. It's bowled 8 overs, 3 for 15. Hasn't been dismissed yet. She scored 69 runs in the day. It's a very, very good effort. And she does look to be steering her side to an unassailable 2-0 lead in this format series. Hit and run this time from Srinivasan. She's played that shot well as well. Come back for 2. So just 10 required. What a partnership. Came together at 33 for 3. Find themselves now just 10 runs from victory. Hit and run this time, but safely home. It's a very good piece of work by the fielder, but the running's even better. The early anticipation. Belgium, I think they know the writing's on the wall now. Again, decent score, 131. Hey, Supercomputer always believed, didn't they? Even though Belgium had their moment in the middle of the innings when they were ahead, when Kuenberg went. Now it's time for a bit of party, but yeah, that sums it up, I think, for Team Belgium today. That was the opportunity to get Rajan, albeit would have been a little bit too little too late, but it goes down. Hit leg side. And going for 2 here. For some reason they throw to the bowler's end. I thought maybe the keeper's end was more of a chance. And deciding to keep this one out. So she'll hand it back to Rajan as Yanamandra finishes her 3rd over. Not just the 2 extra balls in it, so a bit more accurate from Shruti. Apart from that last ball, every single ball was scored off. So 11 come off at 126 for 3 off 16 overs. Just 6 required of the last 4. Yeah, for the extra ball count. I've been doing this from time to time. It's just a metric you can use. How accurate have you been with the ball? So 28 extra balls in 16 overs. So it's a bit less than 2 and over, but yeah, I think you're looking to improve, I'm sure. So could this be the last over of this contest? With 6 runs required, they can somehow get to 133. So I suppose they have to win with a boundary. And then have the 100 partnership as well. But it's going to be Redcut who's going to bowl. See if she can do something about this. Didn't see her bowling earlier. Bats well. Let's see what she's got with the ball. Yeah, Belgium, despite their highest ever T20I score, they're not going to defend it here. Comes down, drills it straight back at the bowler. Well, that was a question. Who scored the first ever 50 for England in T20Is? And I can tell you that it was Marcus Trescothick in their first ever T20I match in 2005. Trescothick made 72 off 46 balls. Redca's all right. She'll be rethinking her decision to bowl. Not a player that you do want to get injured, considering how good she's been with the bat today. Been a shining light for Belgium. I wonder if this was foot or higher up. Here comes the kit. Magic spray time. Everyone gathers around, gets a good look. How many spectators here? 3, 7, 8, 9 spectators plus the sprayer plus the player. That's a healthy crowd. Oh, double canning. Well, the double can only normally comes out in kind of life or death situations. Looks like Canary's having a bit of a sneaky on the back there as well while you're out here. And even saying that Rajan's joined a club that can only ever have 196 members, a country's first T20 50, and to do it in the country's second match ever. Yeah, it's great. It's a great moment for her, and she deserves it. She's my player of the day, easily, for her bowling and her batting. She got pipped by Kuenberg earlier. Fair enough as well for the player of the match. It's going to be a no ball, I think. Definitely has bounced twice. Look at this. Replay this. She can't believe it. She's saying, hey, there's a no ball. And she's right. This definitely bounces twice before it reaches the popping crease, before she is able to hit it. Look. This is the second bounce. Yeah. Bounces, then she hits it. Yeah. Anyway, doesn't really care, does Rajan. Comes down and slams the next one. And she'll get to... Again, that's the thing. Umpire might not have picked it up. Umpire probably thinks, look, you've hit it. How could it be? But it definitely bounced before the second... It bounced twice before the hit. And that's why, you know, not using technology, it does create issues, I think. Slams this one, and a stop is made. Atia Dion Ali, she tried hard today. Three to win now. Srinivasan. It's a good swing on this one. Might go all the way. I'll settle for one. There's Sharon Diaz. Enjoyed her work today as well. They tried hard. It's not to be for the Belgians. I'll go in today too. 2 matches down. Rajan to try and finish this off. And I think she will. Won't go for 4, but it will be the 2 runs. And with exactly 3 overs remaining, the Swiss will hop to their second win of the day. A 99-run unbroken partnership between Meghna Rajan and Ananya Srinivasan. has taken them to the win. And there you go. Probably weren't even aware what they needed. They were just cruising. And a big day for Swiss cricket. I know the Belgians, they'll be disappointed. I'm sure they'll come out tomorrow and do their best, try and pick up a win or two. But the day belongs to the Swiss. A long way from home. They've worked a long time to get to this moment. And we saw them bringing in 3 players we didn't see in the first game. So, I mean, they've had 14 players involved today. Nice to see them trying to use the squad. Yeah, but a couple of real stars there. Kuenberg earlier set up the win after the good work of Rajan. But Rajan really there, head and shoulders above the rest. She will be your player of the match. And Switzerland now can't be overtaken wins-wise in the series, 2-0 going into tomorrow. But Belgium, I mean, they certainly were in a winning position at one point in that game. And I had actually had them slightly ahead at the halftime break, about 1:30 on the board. But yeah, the Swiss, credit to them. Despite the loss of the 2 openers fairly cheaply, they come up with a win. And there's Millie Holmes. What about her catch earlier? Still, I think that's my HCL software player of the day. And I'm sure this will be a hop schwiz. As in the battle of the chocolatiers, it is the Swiss that get the better of day one. Join us for day 2 tomorrow, 8 o'clock AM GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 in India. As these 2 teams will do battle again in their final 2 matches. Can Belgium fight back? Can they just get those key wickets that eluded them today? And then I think they could be competitive. Can they get the extras under control? I suppose time will tell. And of course, that will be your only cricket tomorrow. Same goes for Friday and Saturday, actually, as we have no play in Romania until Sunday. And that's the revised schedule that we found out just moments ago. Let's rock and roll into these highlights then. Chasing 132 for victory. Belgium needed something to go their way. This didn't. It was a bit of a finger stinger. This did, though. And when you look at the openers and the way they went, there were 2 really good seeds. That was the one that got Pickard, played with a straight bat, but just left her. And this was probably even more important when you look at what Kuenberg did earlier on this time. Canaria with an absolute class A seed to hit the top of off. And then, unfortunately for Millie Holmes, she couldn't make too much of an impact on the scoreboard either. She was well caught by Arusa Elahi off the bowling of Yanamandra. But this brought Rajan and Srinivasan together, and they went on an absolute rampage. But it wasn't just power, it was intelligence. I think it was decision-making. They weren't prepared to give their wicket away cheaply. They were prepared to respect a good ball. I loved the footwork from Rajan all day, really. She looked right at home in the international format. Struck 6 fours on the way to her 58. That one got away as well. So in the end, they do it reasonably easily. I think Switzerland, they'll be very confident going into tomorrow. The battle of the extras. Actually, not as many given away in the second half, so maybe something the Swiss to work on. Rajan made her 50, her first. And she actually goes unbeaten in the day for 75 runs. And along with her incredibly economical 8 overs, she sweeps the Swiss to a 2-0 lead. Hit the scorecard. They lost Pickard for 8. They lost Kuenberg for... Pickard for 6, Kuenberg for 8, I should say. Millie Holmes for 3, but Rajan with 58 not out. It's better than a runner ball. Srinivasan certainly holding up her end of the bargain as well. She was a good ally for Rajan out there. She finished on 28 not out, hit 1 boundary herself. Bowling-wise, they had some control issues. They had their ups as well. I think Arusa Elahi was the best of. Finished with 1 for 19 off her 4 overs. Canaria, again, hit and miss from her, but decent figures, 1 for 23. Yanamandra sometimes had a tough time coping with the conditions, but she still did end up with a wicket, 1 for 32. Redco with a decent over there as well. She's brought on actually as a 7th bowler. Maybe we'll see a bit more of her with the ball yesterday. Hopefully her leg's okay after copping a ball and I hit back at her earlier on in the day. So, what a day. First day of Mdina Cup. And yeah, kind of switching to centre stage now with the news from Romania that the first cricket there will be Sunday. And so, yeah, it'll be over to the Belgium crew to keep you entertained. The final day of the women's tomorrow, and then 3 days of men's cricket with 3 matches, 3 T20s actually on Friday and Saturday, and then the final on Sunday, coinciding with Romania getting underway again. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Belgium versus Switzerland, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Can Belgium get their mojo going? Switzerland, I know there might be a few sore bodies on both sides. I think they will feel they're up for it, and they would love to sweep it, go 4-0. Again, you know, they've done something that some other countries haven't done yet. Belgium haven't got a T20I win yet. Bulgaria don't have a T20I win yet. Czechia don't have a T20I win yet. So Switzerland can really make a run up the rankings. Remember, each one of these games carries points that translate into those T20 international rankings. So join me for that, and we've plenty more action coming your way tomorrow. Finally, before we go, I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat, kept me company today. And I feel so sad for everyone in Romania, but I'm glad that it seems they've found a solution that must work for everybody over there, just to try and make use of, obviously, ECN being in town. But I want to remind everyone while you're out and while you're listening to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com, where all those adjustments will be made overnight, I'm sure, to the Romania series. We won't change what we're doing here, though, because we're back on with the conclusion of the women's before we head into the men's on Friday. So join me tomorrow, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, for ECN. On behalf of everyone on the ground in Belgium, stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Mdina Cup T20IW. Here's some of the best bits of day one, an historic day, especially for the Swiss as they picked up their first wins in the T20IW universe. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket here on ECN. Good night. Thank you, mate. Wow, crazy in Romania, hey? And I said to
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back